Good evening. How is everyone? I'm going to start the show uh, tonight. Smokesteve will be in a little bit later. Now, the first task I have to do is to figure out how to get this picture off the screen. And I don't have a clue just yet. Let's see. Shift, 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 shift. That's not going to do it. No. Come on. I don't know how to do it. I guess all you see is this picture of someone trying to stab somebody with an American flag. And I don't see my own face, not that that's a real treat for anybody, but I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't see an option to do that. Stage, no. Custom layout, no, no. That's not going to do it. That didn't do anything. That didn't do anything. Thanks, cup of tea. I thought I was supposed to pour a steady stream of cold water on the keyboard. I think I'm ready to. Oh, edit. I wonder if edit does it. Edit live stream. Upload thumbnail? No. No. No, there's nothing. Description. Schedule. There's nothing there. Come on, people. You people must know. Come on. Someone must know how to get rid of this picture that bomb that Smokesteve left me. No, edit. Well, first thing I'll do is put the link on because I see there. Yeah, no nursing home chair. Today I'm back at home. I'll put the link to the StreamYard since I see it's not in the description. I think I can edit the description, can't I? This is the YouTube description? Let's see if I add that in. There's a change on YouTube. Okay, good. That did. I was able to add it to the StreamYard link to the YouTube description. So I've made some progress. I deserve your applause, and I can almost hear them. All right, RW, you're coming on because you're going to tell me how to fix this all.
Man, I've never been thrown in the hot seat so fast.
Hey, how you doing, by the way?
I'm good, man.
So, do you see what I see? This picture of the flag guy trying to stab somebody else.
It's such a powerful picture that it's now burned into the server.
Yeah, it is. I could see, the outline of myself behind it, or I did before.
I can see that as well, yes.
But now I don't. I can't. There's just no button. It's fine to get rid of it. Banners.
So how is it even there to begin with? Because doesn't this shut down in between our last session and this session?
It does. I can only think that Smokesteve put that up there as for something. I do not understand, but he has, as the owner of the channel, he has secret powers that I, as a mere administrator, don't have. And
So he has a little bit more admin rights than you.
yes.
All right. How to
Uh,
remove a picture from StreamYard? I'm just gonna ask. I'm just gonna duck it, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
that's not a bad idea. Camera, audio, virtual background, recording,
It's not a thumbnail image.
IKO.
Is it a virtual back? No, it's not a virtual background.
I don't think it's a virtual background. I think
Is it picture in picture?
that could be it. That sounds like a possibility.
I don't know. It's a video. I just want tech. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna send you this link, and then I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Hopefully that's it. But yeah, my only thought. I mean, he couldn't. He was on his phone, I think, when he did this. So
Okay.
if he can use he might have to use a computer to get rid of it.
Oh, how do I picture in picture? Outside the studio, share screen. Oh man, this is a bummer. Well, I'm pretty boring, so it might be a scene out of a zombie movie. No, I think this was was this relatively recent?
I believe it's the Boston. I can't remember what it's called, but it's where it's local to Smokesteve,
Okay.
and it was within his lifetime, I believe.
Okay. I mean, the hairstyle looks much older.
It looks like it's the 70s, right?
That it could be the 70s. Yep.
That's just the guy that took the picture didn't have a newer camera. Or actually, when did black and white photography end and color start?
Oh, long before that, but people took black and white film for effects.
Yeah, and the statement that it's saying is all about being black and white. So
Yeah, that could be. It has it's an interesting photo because it kind of you can feel the movement with the protesters. Like the guy with the flag is like you could feel the motion. He's like getting ready to
dude,
jam
he's
that
ready
thing.
to go through the heart, man.
Yeah.
I don't. If someone was arguing the other day that he could have pulled his punch, or it looks like he's in a defensive stance. And when I look at that, I see a guy that's ready to stab a guy through the heart and kill him.
That's what it looks like to me too. Oh,
Log into your StreamYard account and create a broadcast by choosing your streaming destinations. Check your camera and mic settings. Go inside the StreamYard studio. Inside the StreamYard studio, first add yourself to the screen. If you plan to share a presentation, blah, blah, blah. To use the picture-in-picture layout, simply select the view. You can also switch to picture-in-picture using hotkeys or an Elgato Stream Deck. If you want to come on, get to the point.
oh my God, this is so annoying. I can't. Oh, did that work? It just no. Oh, you're Smoke Steve. Smoke Steve, make this go away.
Yeah, I'll be back, man. Good luck.
Fuck. I mean, you must have put it there, right? How did it get there? Well, anyway, folks, hit that like button because I'm sure you like this.
Dude, this is weird. I don't know what's happening here. Oh, wait a second. It's under brand.
Under brand?
Oh, you just have to hide it.
Oh, man. The one button I didn't click, brand. I never even heard of it. Sorry about that, buddy.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Thanks. All right, well, problem solved. Okay, let's find something to talk about now. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. The Russell Brand case. It seems to be taking on a predictable course, and I guess I should outright say that I, in my heart, I tend to believe women when they make these accusations. But I don't think that an accusation should ever be enough. An accusation alone should ever be enough to take away someone's livelihood or pretty much anything that they do. Should not be enough to get them canceled on social media. It should not be enough for YouTube to demonetize them or take down their videos. And I think that's what we see happening again. I'm not really sure why this British parliamentarian is out there trying to get Russell Brand kicked off social media everywhere. But there is a process of fact finding that goes on, and I don't think YouTube or anybody should be required to wait for an actual decision from a court or a jury. I think that that's a legal standard that's applicable for that level of punishment. But I do think that some effort at fact finding should be made, and you could use a court's resolution as one way to do that, or you could do your own investigation as another way to do that. But it's clear that these decisions that are there to cancel him are being made nothing more than mere accusation. So, I just don't agree with that. Even though I suspect, like I said, that these accusations, it's not particular, but I just tend to believe women. And we do know that sometimes they are made up. That's just inevitable. But I do tend, whenever I hear an accusation like that, I do tend to think the guy's guilty. It doesn't matter who.
Well, hopefully for his case, if it goes to court, he can show that he's not done it if he hasn't.
Cup of Tea brought up the Russell Brand thing.
I've heard of it, but I haven't looked much into it. I honestly don't care, but I just, I hope that it's an allegation.
I'm not a big follower of Russell Brand. He's kind of he has an interesting shtick that, that kind of, he was kind of on the left wing for sure. He used to be pretty much a vanilla, cut and dried left winger, but he's kind of taken on something of being a critic of the system, including the system that is there for COVID and censorship and so forth. Because of that, he's been tagged as a right winger, or at least something equally bad. He's been tagged as grifting to appeal to right wing audiences, and for all I know, there's some truth to that.
Yeah, my vibe, and I flagged it and stopped watching because I felt like it was a controlled opposition again. I didn't feel like.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be controlled.
I didn't feel like he was diving all the way in to truly expose something. I just didn't get that vibe.
Well, like I said, I don't know what his. How do you know what someone really feels about something?
Yeah,
right.
I don't know. For me, it's by what they're talking about, not so much what their personal beliefs are, but what they're focusing on.
But it is interesting to see that. Whereas when I was younger, I perceived, and I think it was not just perception but reality, that that the left had principles that they would apply. At least part of the left had principles that they would apply, independent of who was just about ready to get the shaft, and that seems to be the opposite today.
Could you say that in different words?
Oh yeah, if you were supporting free speech, which was a big thing on the left in the 70s and 60s, and even the 80s and even the 90s, that you supported the free speech of anybody, and it was the ACLU who supported the right of these weirdo Nazis in the Chicago area to march in Skokie, and the ACLU certainly didn't have any belief or liking of the things that these Nazis were going to say and speak about, but they still defended them in court, and it was always the left that was the strongest defenders of free speech.
So in that time, was the right not interested in the freedom of speech? That seems strange.
No, they weren't. I think they regarded freedom of speech as an excuse to let godless pornography freaks to promote communism, if I were to summarize it in a sentence. And so they were not. They were on the other side they were promoting, speech codes, and you can't criticize the U.S. government. This was during the Vietnam War, and you should be punished for promoting left-wing ideas, including socialism and communism and Marxism, and it was the right who was everywhere trying to root this out in schools, universities, in public life, politicians, everywhere. Now it's the other way around. It's the left.
What is it that
targeting?
The left doesn't want to hear?
What's that?
What is it that the left now does not want to hear?
Well, they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear Trump. They don't want to hear anything that Trump says. They don't want to hear anything that really anybody says that disagrees with their tenets. Whether
it seems like it's both then and now. The people that don't want others to speak, it's based on them losing power.
I don't know if it's based on. It might be based on losing power, but I think it's more based on using the power they have to force others to avoid things they don't want discussed or thought. So I think the right had much more power.
But it seems like the things that they wanted to discuss involved power losing power.
Like what, for example?
So, for example, in the past, it was communism, perhaps, that was something that would take away their power and give it to another system of power. And now it seems like Trump wants, his narrative is to knock down people in the swamp that are in power, and that takes away power. It seems to be similar.
Yeah, I don't think there was a big fear. I can only speak from my perspective. I didn't think there was a big fear that at least not during the 60s and 70s, I mean, maybe in the 50s, that communism was poised to take over in the U.S. and that speech and ideas and so forth had to be suppressed that supported that. I don't think that was a big fear. I think it was just seen as an ideology of, hate, sort of like hate speech today. It was seen as a beyond the pale, hateful ideology that is about repression and murder and everything that we hold dear. And religion, was being
exactly.
So I think,
exactly.
You might call that as a power issue, but I think it was more of a bad. They just didn't like people that had thoughts like that, and the idea was that it's bad enough to think that there's communism is okay, or socialism is okay, or atheism is okay. That's bad enough. We wish we could stop that, but to actually say it, that's beyond the pale. We cannot have that. That's dangerous to kids and dangerous to society. And
I think the word heretic comes to mind.
Well, there is aspects of heresy involved, especially when someone switches from the right to the left or the other way around.
In both cases, then and now, I can see the right not wanting perverse things to be spoken of. The freedom of speech there, they didn't want to happen. And now they also don't want to hear about all of the gender and sexual movements that are happening.
Oh, what we have here. All right. Hey,
Yo.
how you doing?
Hello, you 6.2 million awakening wonders.
Oh, hello, Russell
Join
Brand.
us over on Rumble. How you doing?
All right, good to see you.
Yeah, you
Nice
too,
to
man.
meet
Just a quick hello. I always miss it. I always see the notification and then I'm in bed. It's 1 a.m. here in the United Kingdom. But,
I always
miss
get
you
extra
guys.
points extra points for anyone in the UK who comes out of the show.
Appreciate it. Much appreciated. Yeah, and Russell Brand is all over the American news as well. Then it's not just over here.
Absolutely, all over the news. He is.
Is that because he was in American films? Why is he so famous over there?
I don't know how much he's in the news, but he's all over the online. He's all over Twitter and all over social media. And I don't watch the news anymore. I have to be honest. I don't watch news. I don't read newspapers. I do occasionally.
The news is not for watching; it's for being on.
Well, for Russell Brand over here, I think that a lot of people like his flavor. They don't want Alex Jones. They don't want Tim Pool. They want that information, but they don't want it that way. And Russell Brown's presentation of it was more.
I'm going to have to go into Alex Jones now. They're turning the freaking frogs gay. The globalists.
Seems to be.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing with that.
I think that was
Giants.
that was the apex of Alex Jones. It was all downhill from there.
I remember a Canadian cousin of mine telling me, anytime on TV they want someone to come across as intellectual, they put a British accent on there, and they think maybe people will listen to them.
That's true. That's how we
Russell
are.
Brand saying the same things as Alex Jones, but with an English accent.
That
basically,
that's a fair suggestion. It really is, and you might be right.
They're all in the
there's
league.
nothing more to it than that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Russell Brand does have a leftist pedigree. You can argue how legitimate that is. Labels are pretty silly these days, especially. But Alex Jones never had that. He was always coming from the right. So
Hashtag
I don't
Alex
know if.
right. Yeah, I see you there, buddy.
I don't know if that makes Alex Jones less believable or if it makes Russell Brand more hated on the left. Perhaps he's, I don't really know how many followers Russell has. It's probably
6.2 million.
Millions?
6.2 million. Oh my God.
Okay. That's not bad at all.
On what platform?
I guess
That's his subscribers on YouTube.
YouTube, I would assume. Yeah.
Yeah. And it has apparently continued to increase after this debacle. I watch a guy called Sean Atwood. Do you guys know Sean Atwood?
No.
He's a British guy. He spent time in American prisons for dealing ecstasy. And he's become a bit of a podcaster since. And he follows a lot of crime stories. He's been following the story. And he said that Russell Brand's subscribers have continued to increase after what's happened.
Yeah.
See, the one who got Nick, what do you call it? Put away for like 90,000 hits of ecstasy or something.
I think that's the case. Yeah, if that's the famous one, it was definitely ecstasy. He's a British bald guy from the north of England.
Yeah, I have heard of him.
I actually met him face to face once in the RT studios when I was doing a bit of my help for George Galloway, British politician, whom I used to see quite a lot of. He came down to the studio as a guest. Very nice chap. But,
he was put away on international drug trafficking charges, importing massive amounts of ecstasy. That guy, and he admits it made him a multi-millionaire. And I don't think they got all of his money. I think he was able to retain some of the profit from that, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, he's definitely an interesting character.
What do you think lessons for life about canceling someone or demonetizing them or punishing them in some way before any investigation has been done?
No. Innocent until proven guilty.
Well, yeah, it's funny.
We don't know.
No, I don't think, like I said I don't think you actually have to wait for a jury verdict. I just think you have to do some fact finding and some analysis to decide. I think the thing you can't do is let allegation alone guide you. Mm-hmm. And I think that is what's happening, is it's allegation alone.
Yeah.
But look at what happens when they're deplatformed, because you have Tucker Carlson that moved to X, and now he's even more popular. I don't like him personally, but it's the exact opposite happening when they're deplatforming these people. They're getting clout.
Well, I don't. Is that a good example? Is Tucker Carlson personally making more money on X than he was on Fox? I don't know.
Probably
not. He's reaching more people.
So, I mean, audience is one thing.
They try to ban is usually a bestseller.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a good point.
That's the Streisand effect, is another one.
Yeah, and it's so hard not to be biased. Like, I love Mike Tyson, and because I love Mike Tyson as a boxer, my mind can't comprehend the idea that he was guilty of what he was accused of.
Right. I know what you mean.
You know?
I love him too because he's one of the most honest celebrities I think I've ever seen. Where he's just honest.
And he says he did a lot of bad things, and he says I deserve to be punished, but I didn't do that. So
he's honest about his failings, and
he had a fraught upbringing. If it wasn't for Gus D'Amato, he probably would have, just been a thug killer. Who knows? Or psychopath. I don't even know. It's hard to imagine, but because he had somebody who put some faith in another human being and did see the drive and the physical structure that Mike Tyson was blessed with. And there was a certain amount of undefinable speed that man had for his size when it came to boxing, that it was like the perfect combination of things. But that all of a sudden doesn't mean that those difficult things that he had to deal with are going to be gone from his psyche. He retained those, and like he said, he did bad shit, and he probably did felonious stuff. Do you believe him when he says he didn't rape her?
Personally, I do, but I acknowledge that is the bias within me. And he says I did a lot of worse things, and I think he even said I wish I did because she deserved it, but no, I didn't. I mean, he says crazy things, doesn't he, Mike Tyson? But yeah, I'm just acknowledging my bias means that and it's the same with Russell Brand. People that like him think he's innocent. People that hate him think he's guilty, and they can't seem to separate the two. Which is why, if it ever goes to court, the jury he's going to have a strong case to say, well, the jury is compromised now because this has been played out in public.
Yeah.
There's no one that hasn't heard of Russell Brand and probably hasn't made their mind up already.
Now this charge comes from the UK, is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
A long time ago as well, but almost 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So did he we'll just
charges.
Use the term, did it, since I said it already, is the charge rape or some level? Are we talking that level of sexual assault?
I believe so. Yeah. So I sorry to have brought it up. I tried to not say the word on when mentioning Tyson, but for the algorithm, I believe that is one of the charges. But they are just anonymous accusations in the documentary, as far as I know. But they will be taken to the police. It will be investigated by the police.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Ashley down below, and I don't think she has a camera. She's been on before, but it's dicey because I don't know if it's her or not.
You're right.
Ashley, can you just put in the private chat, Ashley? If you click on that, just tell me what state you're from. I know what it is, and you've said it on here before, and that will help somewhat identify you as Ashley.
1 in 50.
That's it. Correct answer.
I did have an imposter on it on one of my live streams one time. It was terrible. Someone tried to derail the show.
Yeah, we get them all the time. I'm going to go with you, Ashley, because...
But they know that someone's trying to talk.
It's a risk.
They still can't hear me.
Oh, they can't?
There you are. We hear you
They
now,
still can't
Ashley.
hear me.
We can hear you.
Wait, you can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
They can hear me, they said.
I
so it
am
took a little
hearing
while
you.
for it to render.
How are you doing, Ashley?
Okay, now my son brought me a set of his gaming headphones.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
We hear you, and you're loud and clear.
And I thought I recognized the son's voice. Interesting, but we'll just yeah, okay. I think I just figured something out. All
Well,
right, cool.
happy Saturday night,
relief.
Ashley.
And happy first day of spring or fall to everybody. It's not spring.
That's right.
It is in the southern hemisphere, presumably.
That's true.
Yes, in the southern. I'm not in the southern hemisphere. It's fall here. We're being taken over by spiders.
You're in the
really?
south.
Oh, wow.
Sounds
South.
creepy.
Oh, leaf peepers, we call them up here.
Leaf creepers.
No, leaf peepers, as in Peepers. Like,
Oh, okay. You turn
no
the
one's ever
sound
heard
up.
that before?
What's that? A spider?
No, leaf peeper is a person who goes to look at foliage. They peep at leaf peeper.
Ah, oh, okay.
Mm.
Yes, we have a lot of those.
Or is that what you meant
not
by
right now.
spotter? Or did you say spider or spotter?
I'm so sorry. Spider.
Okay.
I heard what you said, and you said spider.
Okay.
Absolutely clear.
The
Perfect.
redneck long eyes are very confusing.
No, it's all on Smokesteve in this case.
It's on me. I'm getting high, getting buzzed. Went to a nice hibachi party today. I had 2 Mai Tais, some sake, and a Miller Lite. So it was awesome. Hibachi is fun.
Not a Bud Light.
Yeah. Wait, are any of you guys familiar with hibachi?
I mean,
Yes.
the grill?
Yeah. We had
Yeah.
a hibachi guy go to he brought the whole setup to my brother's house, and he did the cooking with the griddle and the shots of sake and tossing the vegetables around. It was super fun.
When I hear hibachi, I think of just that little tiny grill thing. I don't think of the whole culture you're talking about, the sake and everything.
The guy standing there, and he's banging his things on the thing, cling, ding, ding, and he's flipping
The
food
private
all around.
hibachi.
Yeah, okay. I think
It's
I know
killer,
that.
man.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I've never been to one, but my brother did, and he filmed the whole thing and showed it to me.
Mm-hmm. I recommend it. It's a good take. It's a kind of not the greatest meal in the world, but it's fun. It's a group activity to have fun with your family. Because always
What culture is this food from? Hibachi?
Japan.
Japanese.
Japanese. Okay,
It's
right.
Japanese.
Cool. I never knew.
Yeah,
And I've seen it many times portrayed in anime when they go out to hibachi in anime.
Mm. You're a big anime fan, Ashley?
Old anime, not new.
Okay.
I wouldn't know anything new that you asked me, probably.
Mm.
But if it's over 10 years old, yes.
Right. Okay. Dragon Ball Z and whatnot.
Yes, and the old well, people argue on how to say it, but Evangelion, the
Okay.
OVA and things, Hellsing, just the older stuff. I've not seen anything in years.
Cool. Well, it's good to have you back. Thanks for coming back, Ashley.
What were you guys discussing before I had my sound problems?
Russell Brand and his current accusations, which are going to turn into, you think they're going to turn into legal problems, right?
Well, they will. They always do. But this ridiculous thing about, okay, I'm a female and believe in all women is just, it's stupid. This is just stupid. When we were in high school, there were little girls telling their boyfriends that they were pregnant or trying to get people in trouble saying that they had touched them or raped them when they had not. That went on in high school.
Mm.
That's ridiculous. And it's so done. It's been done to death.
Yeah, this is a slippery slope, certainly for us men that are in the room to say things like that. I would never say something like that personally. I think each accusation and accuser or potential crime has to be judged individually, of course. And if something happened, then I want the justice to be served, But there is an immediate painting of these men who appear to be accused of this as guilty prior to any litigation or evidence.
They deserve due process just like any other person.
That's right.
And yes, if the accusation turns out to be founded, it's horrific and that's awful and they should be punished accordingly. But no man or woman ought to be able to be unpersoned without actual proof.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous and foolish and
Was this the-
chaotic. You can't conduct legal business like that. It's just ridiculous.
Well, one thing is certain to happen. If this continues where accusation is all that's needed to punish someone, whether by deplatforming or some other punishment, then you will have more totally made up accusations just because it's so effective.
It's rewarded. Yes, the behavior is rewarded.
That doesn't mean that I think this accusation is made up, but I just think that you have to have some sort of proof, some sort of evidence, some investigative process.
The dude is hokey. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's outrageous and flamboyant, and as far as I knew, a lefty. But I think that he's got a huge fan base, and he's bringing that fan base with him down a path that is not beneficial to certain parties. Let's say it that way. He's not somebody that I would He's not somebody I would normally follow, or like I was saying the other night on Thursday night that I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Whatever you think about the person, the info, or the soundbite came from, it may be valid, whether that person is in general a dick or not. And there's some stuff that he said that is perfectly valid. And he speaks on different topics from nutrition to politics to, child rearing and whatever. But he's clearly just being, what would you call it? Hung out to dry, run through the ringer. I don't think that Hollywood is very degenerate. And I'm sure that all sorts of parties and things like that, drug-induced sex parties and things like that, I'm sure that goes on all the time. But for it to have been so long ago and at this particular time for the accusations to surface, yeah, I don't think it's credible.
Drug-induced sex party. Yes, please. Anyways.
I was just going to say, how can I get those?
Yeah, right. I mean, Hollywood, here I
have to go all the way to Hollywood? Come on. There must be something on this coast.
There he is, I'm sure.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes down the road of like, what was he saying? What was his opinion on the COVID vaccine?
Well, there are three things four that we joke about that will get you killed. And it's like, we're not really joking, but it's just like cliched. Number one is questioning the Fed or the Reserve, the global banks. Number two is questioning, this is fairly new. This has come along in the last decade. Questioning Big Pharma. That's number two. Number three, questioning the warmongers. And that's been true since back in Vietnam. And then the fourth one now is questioning the Clintons. That's the joke. They've got more kills per capita than anyone, I think. But
yeah, I mean, on that same line, Obama's chef that somehow died.
That's the second one. That's the second one that's been found.
That was weird. He was paddleboarding at night without a life jacket, and he wasn't a very good swimmer. That's some dumb shit. God rest his soul and all that. But man, that is. I mean,
that's how a lot of accidents happen. The dumbest shit you can imagine.
It's true, man. It's true.
What's wrong?
There's some coyotes hollering out here.
Coyotes?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to get a gun?
No, they're not anywhere near.
Okay. Keep an ear out for them though.
No, get the gun. I have to, Mom. They're like all the way down in there.
Okay.
I can hear them.
Well, Miss Sonia will help us out.
The ones are going, and then it crescendoed. They're like,
us rednecks have to make the noise of whatever the problem is. They can hear you, by the way. I think. Let me mute you. Hang on, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Let them hear me.
Okay, that's my son.
That's okay.
Awesome.
But he's warning me there's coyotes afoot. They're lurking around.
You got dogs or cats?
We've got an outdoor cat and we've got an outdoor dog. She's a Australian German Shepherd mix. She's got one blue eye, and she's very good about livestock and security. She's really good. And but she's getting old. I need to get a new one. I need to get her a little female pup to kind of be her companion and be taught to be her what do you call it? Her Padawan. Let her be the mentor and teach a younger pup. But yeah, we've got I don't have if I had livestock like big animals, I would have more dogs. but just chickens, she's more than enough, and she's super good. She's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, there's a good breed called the Maremma sheepdog, which is a great livestock dog. But they don't do great with integration of other human beings, so you just have to be careful with them.
Well, that's kind of why I picked a female of her breed. I'm kind of against buying purebred animals. I figured that there's enough. Well, I figured that helping people do the pure breeds is feeding them when there's so many unwanted. And I'm not like a big PETA member or like a vegan or anything like that, but where
Most
you
people
can.
are terrible.
Well, I don't know. I think I'm terrible in certain ways too, but where I can help out and what I can do is when I need a good dog, you can see what breed they are pretty much by looking at them. I mean, you can tell from their ears and tail, their stand and how they look and how their ears and their tail are. You can tell what contributed what their genealogy is. So why not just go out there and pick one that's close to the breed that you need, which I'm wanting the intelligence, and the work ethic. Those working breeds have a really good, they want to be busy. They want to have something to do. They like being rewarded for good work. And so we've got an outdoor cat to help us with vermin. And then we've got an outdoor dog to help us with predators. And unfortunately, we have an indoor cat as well that I would not personally have, but my daughter, I promised her that if she learned her alphabet and learned her numbers she's mentally and physically disabled.
Yes. Yep.
But I promised her that if she learned her numbers through 20 and she learned her alphabet and the phonics of it, that I would get her a real live kitten, and I did. So
good for her. She did it.
Ashley, can you see the chat?
I didn't. No, hang on. Let me find it.
It's on your phone under the title of chat.
Yes, I found it. I found it a while ago when you said say what state you're from, and I found it then.
That's the private chat. This is the public one that's on the YouTube feed. So Cup of Tea asks, do you have a rooster? And this may be followed by some kind of a dirty and comment from him, but do you have a rooster?
I used to.
Have a rooster in your avatar.
No, that's a lady.
That's a chicken. Okay.
That's her breed though. Yeah, they have that breed has combs. The females have combs too.
And you put little arms on him so he looks like a T-Rex or her?
Well, a friend got those for me. They have little muscle man arms and little T-Rex arms. They got little arms you could put on them, and they look hilarious.
It's poultry neutral.
Good stuff. This reminds me of the scene from Seinfeld when Frank Costanza is trying to figure out, you've got the rooster, you got the hen, and you got the chicken. The rooster has sex with the hen who's having sex with the chicken. And then, does anyone remember that scene? Negative?
I don't remember it.
I vaguely remember it. I only vaguely remember it.
It's good biology.
Oh, we lost that.
Somebody says,
it'll go in and out.
The rooster has sex with them all. And then he answers, that's perverse! She is back. Oh, you added her. I took her off. Now I added her. Okay. Well,
I didn't do anything. I never touched it.
Okay.
Possible that when she goes to look at chat, she might get knocked out.
I think I've lost him.
We're here.
Oh, you're back. You're back.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Oh, okay. Whew, sorry. Okay. But tell me what you were saying. The rooster and the chicken, Seinfeld.
It's over. The moment has passed. No big deal.
He's ashamed of the joke. We're moving along now.
Yeah, it didn't.
Guys, I'm going to say goodnight. Just answer me one question.
Yeah.
Where does KFC come from?
Kentucky.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
No, not for a long time.
Well, I mean, originally.
It used to.
When the colonel did.
Lovely to meet you, Ashley. I'll learn more about your chickens next time.
All right.
Thanks for coming by.
Good to see you.
Take care.
Let's talk about Russell Brand and all you were talking about instead of like rural life. I feel like we're on Green Acres or something.
Oh,
Well,
we
you're-
cover it all. We cover it all.
You're the most rural person we have, so we'll use that to. You could teach
Yeah.
us things that we're ignorant about.
Right. This would be
Well,
like a
I think
bar. If we're in a bar, I'd be like, yeah, like more, I want to talk about chickens or politics, whatever. It's all good. You know what I'm saying?
RW, is your name Ryan?
No, it's not.
Okay, I thought I heard someone call you Ryan in one of the debates. They may have been talking to somebody else. But it's like I
Ryan
was
is
telling
Drone
you,
Tech.
I was hesitant to do what?
Drone Tech is Ryan.
And that's public knowledge. So
okay.
you're not saying
I thought they were
anything there.
talking to you.
Okay. No. That's drone tech. But
I was telling you, I didn't think that I should be on these debates because my lifestyle was so different from everybody else's. And it's just
But
weird to most people.
This isn't a debate, though. This is people that are worth talking to, hanging out.
we're just hanging around,
Talk about anything you want. You can talk about Kentucky. Didn't we talk about Kentucky bourbon last time? And
Yes.
we could talk about Kentucky basketball
Oh, yeah.
if you're interested, or we could talk about anything in the world, whatever.
Is that a type of basketball?
I haven't watched
Tar Heels?
basketball since
Really?
Patino left. And that
Oh.
was like the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah.
I think I haven't watched UK basketball since Patino left. And I don't watch any basketball. I don't watch sports anymore.
Really?
It's just gotten horrible. And I'd say for the past 7 years, I haven't rooted for anybody or watched any. I used to watch football, basketball, baseball, a little bit of hockey. I don't watch anything like that anymore. No sports anymore. I just can't stand it.
What don't you like about it? Especially hockey, man? Always loved hockey.
How old are you?
I'm
How
61.
old are you, Dance? My goodness.
61, he said, actually.
61.
That's public
Okay.
knowledge.
Well,
Sure.
okay. Then you remember Dr. J and you remember Larry Bird.
I sure
I know
do.
you do.
Absolutely.
And watching it today is like watching a bunch of preschoolers playing.
Well,
It's ridiculous. It's not even entertaining anymore.
I have to agree. I don't watch basketball anymore because it doesn't interest me. I agree with that.
But Steph Curry
I mean,
is nasty, dude.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of great players, but that just doesn't. Basketball doesn't interest me as much anymore as it did 30 years ago.
man, they used to play with broken ribs and fractured facial bones, and now they just act like they've been hit and fall out on the floor like a toddler, like they've been
Yeah.
injured or something.
You're right.
And no one even hit
Flopping
them when they
sucks.
roll the tape.
Talking about
Yeah,
the-
you're right. They
No,
call
we're
it
talking
I
about
do it
basketball.
both ways.
Oh yeah, basketball.
No,
that way too.
they call it flopping.
Tell him about LeBron James. What he's become now, or what he's always been.
Oh, don't get me mad. Dylan brought up LeBron James,
The flop.
LaFlop James. Everybody loves him. I get hate when I say that he's not so awesome. I get hate from somewhere. I will get
I don't
hate.
know.
And
I
it's
think he
That's
ever
pretty
since
darn
he
good.
left, but ever since he left Cleveland and said, "I'll be bringing my talents to Miami," I hated him. I thought that shit was lame. He left those people. He left his team to go make more money and play with other superstars. I think that was lame, personally.
He did come
well,
back.
there's no loyalty anymore. There's no
He did
team
eventually
loyalty
come
anymore.
There's no integrity either.
I think that's all integrity though, son.
Well,
No,
when
you
I was
Space Jam tried to bring that unity back, but it didn't work.
Space Jam. I thought Air Bud was going to bring us all together, but not the one
Oh
that
my
worked
God.
either. Fucking dog that plays basketball. Was that the stupidest movie of all time? Air Bud.
Dude, enough.
I never saw it.
No, that was not the stupidest movie of all time
Uh-oh.
ever.
What do you
We were
got?
talking about favorite movies, and we got into a big Tombstone thing because I missed it. Apparently, the last thing on was it you, Smokesteve, or was it Drone's thing where they watched Tombstone?
That was him. I don't do that sort of thing. That was him.
Drone Tech.
Drone Tech.
But I missed that, and that's one of my favorite movies of all time. And I was just like silently crying. I was like, "That's one of my favorite movies of all time."
Just so the
I
group
can't believe
knows,
I missed it.
not to break copyright infringements, we may or may not have acted out the whole movie instead of watching the actual movie as a group.
That takes a while, doesn't it?
Do you know that one of the most misunderstood lines about in that movie is when he says, "I'll be your." Does anyone know?
I'm your
what he's-
Huckleberry.
Yeah,
No,
so
it's a hucklebearer. It's a
she's right.
hucklebearer.
She's right.
It's a pallbearer.
Hucklebearer is
Oh,
one
wow.
who carries the coffin of a dead person, and people always thought it was Huckleberry, but no,
I
it's
thought it was till
Huckleberry.
5 seconds
evening.
ago.
Good evening,
No,
Roshan.
a huckle is a rural term for a knob or a protrusion. When you call something a huckle, it's like a knobby protrusion kind of. And
Okay.
if you're a hucklebearer, that's a way of saying, okay, pall is a sheet, like a death sheet that you lay over a dead body. And if
Really?
you're a pall bearer, then you carry that body with that sheet over it, or a cloth, you know. But a huckle is a knob or a protrusion, and I'm pretty sure he may not have said it in the movie, but a huckle bearer is a pall bearer or a casket carrier.
And that was the intention of the line, but if you listen to it, it's fairly unclear. Even though it's clear,
It is.
It's hard to understand whether he says Barry or bearer. But
I have that sound
it's
clip on Drone Tech server.
No,
I thought it was Huckleberry because it was like a reference to Tom Sawyer.
Huckleberry Finn and Tom
Yeah.
Sawyer. Huckleberry Finn, yeah.
could have been good guess. Either way, if you notice how
But I don't hold it against anybody when they say Huckleberry. I just let them roll with it because I mean
Yeah,
they love
exactly.
the movie and that's what I care about.
I appreciate
They're
that.
with me and they're on the movie.
But if you said Huckleberry, how would it make sense in that context?
What was
It doesn't
Huckleberry
really.
symbolism in
Huckleberry
the Tom
Finn.
Sawyer movie?
So Huck
What-
Finn and Tom Sawyer, he'd like be his buddy, possibly
Okay.
his
I'll play with
companion.
I didn't think
Um,
about that, but yeah, that's right. That could be a meaning.
So the way that each one has their pistol holstered, Doc Holliday has his on a cross holster, so he has to reach his hand across his body.
Yep.
Now the other guy has it on the same side as his hand to draw holster, but there's a certain way that Doc gets the gun out quicker because it's a smoother motion rather than trying to pick it up and turn the gun straight. It's really a good scene. He gets him in the forehead, and then the way that it still seems to show. What was that actor's character's name? I'm blanking right now. Not Doc, but the guy he shoots in the head.
Oh, right. Seems we have educated man. I'll listen to it real quick. I have that soundbite.
Well, anyways, when he gets him and the guys,
Johnny, was it Ringo? Is who you're talking about? Johnny Ringo?
Yeah,
Ringo.
that's it. When he's like, "Come on, Johnny," and Johnny's like kind of doing the zombie walk, bleeding out of his forehead as he's dying. That was such a well done scene. Such a lively scene, Last Dance. Like that was like lively
Well,
on a movie. You know what I mean? It was fucking
one of the
awesome.
things that I appreciated about it was the director's willingness to be historically accurate and be a stickler for the historical details. I love the fact that because some directors just don't care, but I love the fact that director insisted on as much historical accuracy and as little what do you call it when they take liberties with a story?
Artistic license.
I love
Artistic.
yes, he took very little artistic license. The way those men carried in the movie was the way that they carried in real life, their firearms. And the reason Doc's was so much faster is because he would mathematically, according to physics, a cross draw is supposed to be less efficient and less speedy. If you just take in basic physics or basic human movement. But the reason that he was faster is because he shot from just beside the hole. He shot from his gut. He didn't aim.
Right.
Doc Holliday did not aim. He shot from his waist area. If he had a small arm, if he had a shotgun, of course he raised it. But he shot from his waist.
Shot
and
from
that's
the
why
hip.
he could save. Yeah, and that's why he saved time on others. A lot of them shot from the hip to save time and not raise the gun so that they could be speedier. And it's hard to be accurate that way.
And it's so great when Doc talks for the first time in the foggy forest, and Johnny's like, my problem wasn't with you. It was supposed to be somebody else who was there.
When he thought it was Wyatt. Johnny thought it was
Correct.
Wyatt coming for him, but it was actually Doc.
But then he gets a little panicky at first because he thinks he could lose. And then he's like, all right, let's do this. Fuck it. And he just goes into gunfight. You got to give it to Johnny. He stood up to him. He said, all right, I'm going to take on Doc Holliday.
All right, Lunger.
One of the fastest men in the West. And he had a 45 in his forehead about 15 seconds later, literally, but awesome.
Well, the fan theory is that Doc wanted to be taken down so he wouldn't have to suffer with consumption or tuberculosis any longer. That even though he shot him, he was killing him to save White Herb, because the theory was White Herb was not as fast as Doc Holliday, and he wouldn't be able to, to on a one-on-one shootout, wouldn't be able to get him because he wasn't as fast. So Doc wanted to save White Herb, but he didn't. He was kind of tired of living too and being in misery so much. So,
yeah, good stuff. Great movie. What was the movie with the famous one with Redford and Paul Newman when they were gunfighter buddies? Last Dance.
You mean with Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid?
That's the one. That was good, but to me that just that's kind of an older arcane movie. It's more of a classic. It doesn't have the
Doc Holliday became like a sheriff.
The pure violence of what we're talking.
Yeah, they were talking about Tombstone, but they've moved on.
I was just bringing up other cowboy movies.
I saw that scene too.
I could hear the boy.
He was able to outshoot him.
The boy.
He was also like, bring it up.
He wanted, he was begging him to shoot him. My son heard me talking about it. He loves that movie too.
Cool.
One of the things that
I do like westerns.
You do like westerns?
Yeah, I like the westerns that Dad watched, like the
I don't. I'm not a western person.
I know, but there's Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke is good. The Virginian.
The Virginian.
Yeah.
Young
He's
Guns?
talking about shows.
Yeah,
Young Guns?
He's never seen Young Guns. I need to have him watch that. Dylan has never seen Young Guns, 1 or 2. I need to have him watch that.
Open carrying for the wolf spiders moving in your house right now.
Yeah.
You're surprised at what? About the spiders? What'd you say?
I'm surprised you're not open carrying right now with 45s to deal with the wolf spiders moving in your house.
No. He said he's surprised we're not outfitted like Westerners with guns on our hips because of all the spiders this time of year. Like running around.
No, that calls for flamethrower.
Dylan says that's more a flamethrower issue.
They didn't have that at the local gun shop. I'll have to look seasonal, I guess.
We don't want to destroy the house. No flamethrowers.
No, you need to incinerate them. They can't live on.
You can't be setting the house on fire, dude.
They can't live on as parasitic souls. We gotta get.
That's another life skill I need to teach you. We're going to get a can of propellant out here one of these days, and I'm going to teach you how to shoot fire at people.
Well, I've learned a lot lately on the ranch that soapy water kills wasps and everything, because the way bugs breathe is their skin, and the soap drowns them because they can't breathe anymore. So maybe work.
It is. No, it doesn't work for spiders. That does not work for spiders. Any kind of worm or grub or any kind of caterpillar or anything like that, you can spray vegetable oil or soap or anything like that on them, and they'll die. They'll almost instantly. I mean, just within a few seconds, because they breathe through their skin. They don't have lungs.
Yeah. You can also just set out a little tray of beer in the garden and catch them all, and they die in a drunken bliss.
But then we have to
Is that what those trays are for?
Not for you to lap up.
I keep drinking it. I'm thinking, thank you. I do.
Lord.
I do pass up a slug because I'm faster than they are, but they're heading for it. But I get to it first.
Depends on how many trays you've had.
That's true.
way there was one spider crawling up.
That's classic,
There had
man.
been at least 3, 4, 5.
Good to see Ren here. She was here last week. Didn't say much, but she did join in.
Yeah, she's an awesome person.
Ren, you're always welcome to pop back on here if you like and join in on camera. And if you don't want to say anything, you don't have to. That's totally fine.
She doesn't have to show herself. I don't.
She doesn't. I prefer it, but Ashley, you get the hall pass.
There's already enough beauty on the screen at the moment, so you ladies don't.
Well, honestly,
we got it covered.
I use my phone, and all my cameras are taped underneath the case, the phone protective case. All the cameras, the front and back cameras, have black electrical tape on them. So I would have to take the case off my phone and untape the cameras, even if I did turn it on. But now, if I'm fixing to commandeer Dylan's laptop here soon because I think I might get better sound, and I get upset because I can't use all the features that you can use on the streaming or on the what would you call this? A streaming service? What is this called?
StreamYard.
It's StreamYard. It's a stream. Yeah,
Yeah, you got it right.
But there's
it's audio.
there's extra
streaming.
things that I could get on a laptop that I cannot get on my phone, like all the little sound buttons we had last time, and all the little adjusting the settings and things like that. I can't get those on my phone, and they are available on PC. So I'm thinking about commandeering Dylan's laptop.
I don't have a soundboard like Drone has on his. We have one too on our Discord. Last Dance. We never go live, but now they have a soundboard with like cricket sounds and a horn sound and funny shit you can play in the background, which would be so hilarious if I had one here.
Yeah.
Yes.
But damn it, they don't offer it, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's the other version, not StreamYard, but Streamlabs. I know you can do it. And people in chat can run commands to do it once they earn credits from being here for a certain period of time.
Oh, no kidding, huh?
Evening, Topple.
Hey, Topple.
Top's here?
He's in the chat. Yeah.
Topple? Is that you?
Oh, no.
Now we're stuck with that.
No, all I have to do is click hide, and it goes away.
Why did we not know that?
Yeah, it's so funny. It's under brand. You
I
guys.
never would have guessed it was under brand.
Here's a joke for you.
Oh, my.
Oh my God! And it's Mulvaney.
Yeah, get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Not good. Not good. Not good.
Can you show that one more time for us, Rita?
risky.
Why? Hey, how are you?
Hi.
What do you mean risky? Vagina?
Can you show that again for her?
Now he told me it's risky.
Well, I don't know anything.
Oh, sorry. That's the person that is the Bud Light.
Oh. Right. Yep. I know that face. Sadly.
All right. Here we go. Let's go through some of the pictures. There's Elon Musk and what was originally called the Tesla Roadster, which have I ever shown that before?
I don't
looks
know.
like a spider almost.
Is that the one? Is that the one that's in outer space now?
No, but
no.
Answer me this question. I'm a car guy, but why doesn't he make a fucking sports car like that?
I want the Cybertruck first, and then you can have your sports car.
He's got, the Cybertruck's weird but cool, but he's got two grocery getters. One's a sedan, one's a station wagon, and I know he's selling a lot, but it would be cool if he did have a
grocery getter,
sick sports car, if he could produce the Cybertruck. I've never seen one. Have you seen a Cybertruck?
Only on, I've only seen pictures of it.
Dude, literally, I've seen McLarens, Lamborghinis, Bentleys. I've never seen one Cybertruck, dude.
Me neither.
Wow, look at this. This is crazy. Awesome.
All right. So what's her name? Sarita? Serena?
Unmute.
I don't know if I can do it. I can try.
She has to unmute herself.
There you go.
Did it work?
Yes.
Got it.
We hear you now.
Sarita.
Sarita, okay.
How you been?
Surviving.
Good.
Rod just disappeared to deal with children, so he'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, that's cool. You got kids, and I know you guys have you have a parent there, so it's you got a lot going on, to say the least.
Oh, that's a plug-in thing.
They
Let me.
stay positive, right? You guys, I mean, I would recommend you smoke cannabis. It does certainly help you relax. Yeah.
Well, you recommend that for everything.
Unfortunately, my job in the contract says that they could test at any time, so I'm going to pass on that one at the moment. But yes, it does sound better.
It's good. It's good stuff. Did we have a topple sighting over here?
Only
All right.
only in the chat.
Okay, join us, Top. We'd like to see you once in a while.
Nah, he doesn't show up anymore.
He never shows up. How about McGrand? Come on here. Give me 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. Come on, McGrand. Let's go. Love to get these boys on here. And we haven't seen Goon today, right?
No, not at all.
You were here last week, yeah. I'll join in, man. Was he on cam last week? I don't know. I got hammered last week.
I was on here like 10 minutes. And then I was
on here for 10 minutes of memory, but like 4 hours blackout. I had like 5 gins, man. It's crazy.
Oh, I haven't had my first beer yet.
Good.
Oh no! Sarita told me your parenting advice. She has taken it once or twice, and just relaxes a little bit more.
Good. There he is. What's up, Top? How you doing, man?
Good to see you.
Couch looks comfy, bro.
You having a little vape? Just gonna wave in that creepy recline.
Okay, I thought he was pretending it was a repetitive thing. Well, I thought it was a little repetitive loop, and it was not him.
You're getting no
come
mega.
on, don't joke around with that.
I do let you talk, McGrand. Just not drone on and on. Like we're gonna have a little back and forth, but I'd love to have
say
you
not
on.
drone on and on, or not when you're talking to drone. Which was that?
Yeah, not drone tech. Just yeah. Is that the word? Drone on and on. Now that I say it slowly, is that the expression? What the fuck does that mean?
I
Drone
so.
on and on.
It means,
I'm your Huckleberry.
Right.
Did you know it's supposed to be
Drone
I'm your
on and
whole
on.
bearer? Like your coffin carrier? Did you know that?
Vapor.
Do you
Is
even know the
that
book?
says
Oh.
vapor, I believe, not vapor. Vapor.
No. What does vapor mean? We know what vapor means.
Yeah, but if you pronounce them, VA-PER would be vapor.
Right.
Vapor would be VAP, VAP, PER, per. So I don't know. That makes sense, I think. Vapor, vapor.
Well, context matters. Context matters. So
I'll give you
you got to
that.
figure
I'll
out what's
give you that.
around that.
That's true. What do we have here? Rat Terrier or Jack Russell? I think he's told us before.
There should be.
Rat terrier.
That's a rat, right? Okay. Most of the time they have their tails cut, right? So yours has a long tail.
She's not a hunter.
She's not a hunter. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're cute dogs when they're puppies. When they get older, they're less cute.
It's
Watch out.
wishbone.
She's gonna take your nose off, dude. She's cute. Yeah, I was hanging with a cutely ugly dog today. He's so cute and so ugly at the same time.
I'll be right back in 1 second.
A slobber.
Sure.
See that, Steve? That's why I thought that it was Last Dance last night in the other chat.
You're right. Yeah, same. Although,
What? Oh, because the picture
Yeah, Beethoven or whoever that is.
Beethoven. Thomas Jefferson.
Oh my God. That's Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson.
Oh my God.
yeah.
Enjoy it, Ashley.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with the Thomas Jefferson
Do we know
Thomas
why?
Jefferson avatar.
Do we know why?
Why
See,
what?
You made good
What?
music.
What's Thomas Jefferson famous for?
Other than owning slaves.
Money.
Well,
I'm
he's
par-
yeah,
I'm
he's one of the
partial to
signers of
Jackson.
the. He's on the Constitution. He signed it. That's a good thing, right?
Mm. But he has one of the famous lines.
And yes,
I don't know what it is. I just know he does. I don't know word by word, but I was here last week, Smokesteve.
were you on camera though? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
I was
dude.
talking to the conservative group here, the Youngins.
The newbies.
Yes.
They're good people.
Oh, I'm not saying nothing negative.
They're your people, right?
They're not. I'm not a conservative. Everyone thinks I am. Because I support Trump does not make me a conservative.
It doesn't matter. If you were a centrist before, you are right now.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Truth. It's the truth. That line just
if
keeps
you were
moving.
even a little left before. Yeah, if you were even just a touch left before, you're now an extreme far right person.
Well, not extreme far right, but yes, I agree with you.
I consider you an extreme person, Topple.
Extreme person?
Yes.
Why a person?
I consider you an individual.
Oh. Last Dance, can you educate everybody what Beethoven's famous line was?
Oh my God.
No, Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson.
I want to know Beethoven's famous line.
I don't know what famous line. Which line?
Oh,
famous
oh
line?
God.
Why do you have him
Oh,
on
God.
for?
From time to
I have a
time,
joke.
the tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of tyrants. That line?
Yes.
Yes. But man, I've got
Damn,
a
that
bad
tree-
joke.
that tree needs some
Very
watering.
insensitive joke for Beethoven. It's like, what's Beethoven's famous line? And it's. But I can do that. I have a handicapped child. People
you're
are
right.
sensitive about that
So you're
stuff.
allowed to?
You are, Pat?
Yeah.
Yes.
no,
Yes, I
absolutely.
am. Everyone else uses their privilege. Why can't I?
No, I agree with you.
What are my privileges?
I
want
don't know.
privileges.
Dude, I don't know you.
Bearded man.
I want my privileges.
You're white privileged.
Oh. That's
Sorry.
not doing much now,
I
though.
apologize.
No, I
So
didn't.
what's
hear
up? How's
anything.
everybody doing? What's going on? How's everyone Saturday?
Good. Laid
Yeah.
back.
Laid back.
With
Last
my
Dance,
mind
how
on
was
my money
vacation?
and my money on my mind.
Oh. How
No
was your
diggity.
vacation, Last Dance?
It was excellent.
This was in New York?
It was in upstate New York, if you consider
Hang on,
Utica upstate, which most people do.
It was a nursing home, right?
Oh.
Nursing home.
Whoa. You okay, Smokesteve? You're very quiet. You look like you're constipated.
I'm trying to work out getting this picture of the dog I stayed with today. Hang out
Oh
with
my
today.
God.
But dude, it's like I'm going through hoops here to edit the picture to get everybody out of it, and yeah.
Oh, try to clean it up a bit.
All I see is you in the picture that I'm looking at.
He's trying to make himself look better. That's what it is.
Okay.
I just got an email from Conservative Star. What the fuck is that?
Never heard of it.
That's my email.
Oh,
I'm
Lord.
so conservative.
All right. I'm not going to do the picture thing anymore.
Oh, you wasted like 5 minutes trying to do it. Just show it.
All right. Now I have to find it in my photos. Then I got to pull it up on a tab.
Just use the picture of the guy holding the flag again. And talk
and then
about the other picture.
All right. Here we go. Okay. See, I'm not smooth yet. I never was.
Oh, you're smooth. You got Smoke Steve's life. You happy smooth.
All right.
Obviously, you didn't get her with looks.
I don't know, man. He's got long, silky hair.
He does have silky hair, though. And his eyebrows are perfect.
I can't believe it's not butter.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
I just
No,
want you
I
guys to know.
can't.
That's not
I
acceptable.
can believe that it's not butter.
That is not acceptable.
I can't get an Edge tab to open up on my photos, and I can't.
Wait, hold on a
screen-
second. You said
I-
Edge tab?
Edge
Yeah.
is the browser.
Oh dear.
Oh, come on. People use Windows.
Oh, that's cool, man.
You want me to try and get the picture I have with
Yeah,
you
but-
and the dog?
What I don't want is to have it anything visible in the background because it's a Twitter DM.
Yeah.
So if you screenshot it, you have to edit out the whole entire background, so it's just a picture.
I mean, I don't. There's nothing in
No,
the background. All
hold
it is
Windows-
you,
Hold on a
you
second.
and a
Hold-
dog.
when you have the picture up, push the Windows key, hold Shift, and hit S, and then it will turn your mouse into a cursor, and you can drag the box that you want to keep, and it will grab that as a new picture. So you can cut. It's like a quick way to cut everything out of the picture.
Interesting. We'll give that a try sometime. But like, if you want to pull it off, Last Dance, go for it. My brain hurts from just trying. I need a few more brew doggies.
Just don't pull it off on camera.
So who's Ashley Havoc?
She was here. She's from Kentucky.
Kentucky girl, good old girl.
Kentucky.
I don't know what you mean by old, but she seems
Oh.
good.
OLE.
Yeah, well, that could be insulting to some people.
How's that? What's that?
Ye
What's
royal.
the definition of old?
I'm sorry. I'm having other conversations, but I'm still listening. I'm sorry.
No,
It's all right.
do
Okay.
what you gotta do.
No problem at all.
Where's McGroundy? Get his ass on here.
Good God.
He says we don't let him talk.
Which is amazing,
What,
but
what do you mean? He just talks. Ace is not
Where's the
here.
chicken?
He'll be able to talk.
I don't know. I agree,
Okay.
Topple. I feel like I give him more than ample microphone time. But
Oh, stop being a bitch and get on here.
I'd love to have him. And Aphid, it's probably getting into the Aphid lip hour here.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll bless us with an Aphid lip minute.
A minute. Oh, great.
all right. So
Remember those? They were brim packed with information and cutting edge graphics.
Yeah, put his glasses on, and he probably set up like 3 days of writing it down, and it was just like, yay.
You're
I
right.
love
He's
it.
like
I love it. I'm not going to put him down. He's not here, so.
he's like Homer Simpson, right? When he does anything, he has to like anything book related or smart. The glasses go on. Stuff.
I was blessed with good eyes, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
all right.
So-
Good. Any thoughts for you, Top, on Russell Brand? Are you a fan of his?
Actually, I hated the dude so much because how douchebaggy, but I do pay attention to him. Oh.
Is
There
that,
it is.
That's not an ugly dog.
look at those eyes. It's awesome.
That's
That's
a cool
gotta have a
dog.
bug in it.
He's a Frenchie. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's super cool. Louis. Like every other French bulldog you're going to meet now is going to be named Louis. Louis Gaston is a hugely popular name.
Isn't that the chef from Ratatouille?
Maybe,
That sounds right.
but he's a lot of fun. We've had a lot of good times together.
All
That's
right.
awesome. That's a cool dog.
You definitely trust that dog for what it's doing.
Yeah,
right now.
I wonder why his eyes are so wide open.
He just busted ass.
I mean, when you sit, they always are. But when you sit, like when he's not taller than your knees. He's a little guy, probably 20 pounds. So
That's my dog. Little.
but they had coyotes screeching out in their neighborhood a couple weeks ago, and he looks like he's got the fear of God in his eyes when he hears those things. So he knows he's not a German Shepherd or a Maremma sheepdog. He knows he's a little guy. He knows they will fucking eat his ass in a second. So, he's not like a Jack Russell. You have to be careful with coyotes. Jack Russell will go thinking they're a U.S. Marine. They're going to go attack the coyotes, and they're going to
Small dog
auto-lock
complex. They don't know size.
exactly.
That's my dog. She don't know size.
They're going to go bark at a 50-pound coyote that would like nothing more than to do, the unthinkable to them. So
Well, she fucks with the deers, and I'm waiting for the day for her to get kicked.
Yeah, Louis has a deer friend. It's super cute. The deer comes out of the woods and stands, and Louis goes and he doesn't bark at her, and the deer will like run back and forth behind the fence, and the dog follows on this side. It's a trip, like a domestic dog and a wild animal having a little fun together.
You should get a video. You should get a video of that. That'd be awesome.
They have videos,
Yeah,
and they put them on social media. So
when you guys are ready tonight, I have a summary of research I've been doing to bring up for a future debate, and I'm curious to ping it off of you guys.
Shoot, man.
Future debate. Where at?
Here, I'm gonna paste it in the private chat, the back door, and then I'll just read it out for everybody.
Private chat.
It's not working.
If it has nothing to do with the Ukraine, I'm down.
It's not Ukraine.
Good.
I'm having trouble pasting it, so I'm just going to read it. So, based on the research I've done the last couple of days on climate change, there was conflicting information on how much change is really happening. But the majority of the world is confident that since the Industrial Revolution, across the globe, there has been consistent warming of the climate. I'm not motivated to dig more into conflicting temperature data. What is more concerning to me is the efforts to curb climate change seem to be focused more on controlling humanity than controlling the more major criminals of climate change in the industrial sectors. I'm skeptical about the Agenda 2030 goal of high-tech surveillance to monitor climate change. I also see a lot of people stating that Agenda 2030 is a communist takeover, but it is not one thing taking over another thing for progression. It is a social system based on fascism, built on existing and new collaborations. I'm almost done. This agenda entails all of society, so whoever is in charge of it wants total control. I went into this originally looking for data against the data, but the use of Agenda 2030 for solidification of a global government ended up being the bigger picture. So that's like the summary that I wanted to present to start a debate night, and I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts, or if it was all too much. I'm trying to get the rest in here, the rest of the copy.
I have all kinds of thoughts on it. I'm not sure anybody would want to hear it.
I'm looking up what Agenda 2030 is right now.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, you're kidding.
Nah, I don't pay attention too much to that stuff.
I can send you a link for that, dude. I have it all my sources. Let me just. I can't. There's a paste limit for characters in this chat, so I'm having trouble.
Go ahead, Ashley. I'd like to hear your take, and then I have a take on this.
Well, number one, there is no real effort being done to curb any of the real threats to the environment. Oh, let's ban plastic straws. They hurt turtles. Okay, I can get behind that. But meanwhile, we've littered up the oceans with way more masks than any plastic straw ever thought about making. Just the trash per capita from the disposables during the pandemic far outpaced any other plastic straw use. I've got, I don't know how many different pictures of individuals picking up masks, mountains of masks, like landfills worth of masks. And
do you mind if I ask you a question about that? We'll stop at that short statement, and then let me ask you this. Do you think that stopping plastic bag use is a good thing? Single-use plastic bags?
Of course, but I'm a tote person. We have like 30 totes. I'm a tote person. I do cloth and polyester totes. You can ask my son. He makes fun of me. I'm the bag lady. I've got totes everywhere for everything. I don't use single plastic bags if I can help it. My straw. I have stainless steel drinking straws and utensils that ride in the car with me.
Oh, we lost her.
They didn't want her to be talking.
Last Dance, you won't have to worry about this. But for you meat eaters, when you go to the supermarket, if you bring your own bags, always have them put meat in a single-use bag. Throw that bag away. You never want to put meat into your own bags.
I use those bags to pick up poop.
There you go.
So the goals are no poverty, Agenda 2030 or 2030, right?
Yeah.
That is the UN. So the site that I gave you there is the UN's. That's the UN side portraying all of the things that they're doing for Agenda 2030. I'm trying to show you that they're in collaboration with, I think it's the WEF, but I'm trying to find the right. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the UK had a policy that in 2035 they were going to ban all gas and diesel burning engine and vehicles. So, and now Richie Sunak, is that his name? It is, right? Last Dance.
I don't know.
I never heard of that name.
Well, who's the lead guy over there?
Oh, you mean in the UK?
Yes.
Yeah, that's his name. Rishi
Rishi
Sunak. I thought you said Richie.
Rishi, whatever.
Rishi. Okay. No, I just.
He ain't no Richie. You're right about that. Anyways, he's decided to go ahead and back off on that goal.
Okay.
I'm sorry about earlier, you guys. I got close to my EMP shield or my EMF shield, and it cut the phone signal off. I'm sorry.
It happened.
All right, hold on a second here. We're not going to just let that fly under the radar. Is that a joke?
Did she say EMF shield?
It's just a Faraday cage. We all have them.
No, it's paint. No, it's paint. It's paint, like wall paint.
What
that you paint your walls with?
Is it lead?
Yeah. No, it's just got qualities and minerals in it that all our bedrooms are painted in it. It's just got qualities that block EMF. You can't hardly use your cell phone. You can't get Wi-Fi in there or anything. I was running around the house and I wasn't paying attention and I ran into a room that has the paint on it.
Damn. So, like, what is this protecting you from?
Just anything. It keeps you from stingray technology. It protects you from excessive Wi-Fi and 5G signals. Just anything like that. Microwaves, radio. You can't get a radio signal in there either.
Interesting.
What's stingray technology?
Oh man, we're going down. It's not a rabbit.
Cell Site Simulator, or IMSI Catcher, are invasive cell phone surveillance devices that mimic cell phone towers, send out signals to trick cell phones in the area into transmitting their locations and any other identifying information.
I got it.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Got that.
So it's like a huge tinfoil hat.
Basically.
That's what it is.
You're exactly right. Yes. Ding, ding, ding.
I mean, if you can get a cell phone signal, then you can be, subject to this stingray technology.
That's true. In certain rooms, I've got signal just fine. It's more a personal health choice and the effects upon the body.
I've never heard of such a thing. It's very interesting.
It's available just about anywhere. You can buy it at Lowe's. It's just EMF shielding paint. You just paint it's a variety of colors, just like Sherwin-Williams. You can get it whatever color you want. And then there's people that are way more sensitive to that stuff. Have you ever had an office worker that couldn't take they get headaches or migraines, or have some people even have auditory hallucinations from it?
Never had anyone like that in my life.
No.
The only one I know is a character on a fictional TV show. Have you ever watched Better Call Saul?
I know it, but I've never watched it.
Saul's brother has this alleged problem.
We had a lady that worked
Breaking Bad. A lot of people forget that.
Correct.
Go ahead, Ashley.
It wasn't important. I was just saying I used to work in an administrative office, and there was a lady in there who would get horrible headaches. And she didn't know what was causing it. They found out what was caused. She didn't know why, but they found out it was that.
Interesting. How I wouldn't even know how you could diagnose something like that, but it's definitely.
We had a power outage. One day we had a power outage, but we just stayed in and worked all day and did what we could, filing and things. And she said that her migraine, it wasn't a migraine. She said it was a migraine, but she could function. So I don't think it was. But her headache cleared up.
Somewhat anecdotal, but it certainly points towards that as being the problem.
Well, considering that she had no notion of such things, she was completely ignorant to such things. It was other people who pointed it out. So I don't think it was like virtue signaling or pity seeking.
Well, I hear thee. You gonna have a beer, Last Dance?
I'm having one.
Oh, you are? You got a Guinness?
That's what I did when I took my little break.
That's a good guess.
That's pretty much his go-to is straight rum from the bottle or Guinness. It's extreme or normal. But you finish your last rum and that's it for the rum.
There's some dregs left. I haven't really finished the bottle.
A little bit of dregs, huh?
A little bit of dregs, yeah.
Dregs sound delicious.
Dregs.
Sounds like a roach.
Only thing that's better is the dregs of several bottles mixed together.
The old days, they used to catch the beer that they didn't get into the glasses in tap rooms, and all of that would go into a mixed keg, and they would sell that as, the cheap beer, the house beer or whatever. That was very common.
Like the drain underneath the taps would be
right.
That's terrible.
Like
That's terrible.
UMass in the 70s, or like big universities where they were serving pitchers and pitchers of beer, and there's so much head that pours over and goes down the drain. Well, they'd save that because the only thing that will go down the beer drains would be beer. And they would, put them all together and sell them.
And they wash that drain every night.
Right. No. That's one of the reasons I choose not, for the most part, to ever drink draft beer.
Yeah, the
lines, dude. I know they're better. They're better now, but back when, like, in the 90s, you'd go to a place that would be like a brewery. It was a little risky sometimes. You get a brewery burger and a pitcher of beer. You might not be the best results the next day, if you know what I mean.
You're talking about your grog bog?
Yeah, it's nasty stuff. Hey, Gerald Thompson, what's up, homeboy? Good to see you, man. Greetings. Doppel says he'll be back. He got summoned.
Yep.
That could mean anything.
Right. Subpoena.
Neighbor, wife, kid, who knows?
He's a demon.
Yeah. So he's been summoned right at his death. Well, what do you guys know about the looming shutdown of the federal government? Any opinions on that?
Question.
Not much. I don't know much about the details of that.
Someone in drone servers said, I think it was Brandon, that they're deciding that if they shut down, that there's an exemption for Ukraine.
I said that.
Anyone else heard that? You said that?
I said that. Okay, the representative. We have two senators for Kentucky. We have the despicable Mitch McConnell, and then we have the awesome Rand Paul. Rand Paul got up and he did a mini filibuster, and he said, I'm not signing anything if it has more funding for Ukraine. And he had a huge following, a big support on that. And so then the White House a few days later came out and said, well, you don't have to worry about that. We'll pull from other funding that's already been allocated for other people. And Ukraine's going to be exempt from the shut. They're going to get their money, whatever you do. It was me that said that, because it was Senator Paul who got up and said that no more, they would shut down the government over money for Ukraine. It was Senator Paul who said that. And he's our senator, our Kentucky state senator.
So, Ashley, am I to get from your expression of this that you think that there should be no more money going to Ukraine?
Yes, you should.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. That's a good
And there
point.
are many reasons.
Right on. I like it.
I Oh, he's
I
breaking
do
up.
Yeah, I'm the
find-
one that
I find
said
that
that,
to be-
and Brandon was commenting back and forth with me about it.
Okay,
I find it
that's
to
fine.
be bullshit if they're going to stop withholding paychecks to Americans and be giving money away to a foreign country. Yeah.
I agree.
And think about it too. Like, there's a huge drive to protect our borders, to try to solve this immigration thing. What branch deals with immigration? Yeah, there's a large federal presence that's going to be not getting paychecks if the fucking thing shuts down. That's going to lead to massive insecurity there. That's why, personally, I don't think this is going to happen. I think it's no way. They're going to come up with something.
Well, the whole reason for them saying that the government was going to be shut down was because of the funding for Ukraine.
Right. But
How many trillions has it been now? How many trillions have we gifted them now?
I don't believe it's been trillions yet.
I don't. It's
sure
not
it's
been
been
trillions, but it's hundreds of billions.
I
Possibly.
mean, the number's still gigantic, but it's not, adding another one single digit to our debt.
And from the few sources I'm hearing from Ukraine, the few actual on-the-ground sources that aren't news pundits, those people, those citizens, aren't receiving any benefit from that aid.
Well, it's mostly for weapons. It's, in fact, much of it is in the form of weapons, too.
Which Poland just said that they were going to cease and desist and start building up their own military. So Poland basically
Seems like a good idea, doesn't it?
they said they would stop. And also, I think that Zelensky said something that really pissed off Poland and the Polish government. And basically, in their statement, they said, "Do not speak of the Poles that way or the Polish people that way." So I don't know. I mean, I can't blame them. They're a lot closer than we are, and if they're giving away stuff that they would actually use to defend themselves against Russia, I understand that. They could literally be saying, "We need this shit now. It's getting a little too close to our doorstep."
Yeah.
Sorry, but this is how it's going to be.
I mean,
I think
Poland is a
no,
member
but-
of NATO, so they do have that to protect them, and Ukraine doesn't.
Mhm.
Hopefully that
Now-
will stay that way.
The corruption that Ukraine has constantly been seeing has always been a bother to me, knowing that a certain amount of our money is probably not going exactly where we think it might be.
We also, we also probably have no idea how much is that is.
I know they've switched out defense ministers because of this over there, and the whole defense cabinet they flipped. Yeah, there's issues. Now that being said, I am pro-Ukraine, and I want Russia to get the fuck out of there, and I think it is an invasion of the Ukraine.
That's
So,
not-
But the quote unquote aid being given is not really aid. And you were talking about how you think that that portions of funds were not being used for what they should have been. And I personally believe that portions of funds are coming right back here to certain individuals.
Yeah, it's been always been our way in the past.
And that
look
was
at
that was way
Halliburton.
before. That was going on way before Trump ever had his famous phone call or anything like that's been going on for over a decade now.
And when you
Most
talk about
definitely.
money disappearing, wasn't it like 2.5 trillion that disappeared? It was stated that 2.5 was missing from a budget, and then the towers got hit. Stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and the area at the Pentagon that held those records was just magically crashed into.
Oh, where did you get that information from?
Well, number one, the photos of the damage at the Pentagon don't show any plane parts or debris for a giant jetliner. Number
See,
two,
that's always
several-
the weakest theory of all the conspiracy theories.
Okay,
It's the one
Okay,
that
I
makes
got
the
you.
least sense of all.
About
Okay,
no
I
debris
got you.
field.
What's that?
About no debris field. Is that what you're saying?
No. The theory that says that 9/11 was an inside job And yet,
No, you've misunderstood.
planes
You've
didn't crash.
me.
Plane didn't crash. Planes crashed into the Twin Towers, but a plane didn't crash into the Pentagon.
You've misunderstood me. I'm not saying the event didn't happen or that it was an inside job, but you can't deny that there's a great many people that will allow no crisis to go to waste.
I don't even know. I don't know what that means.
Clarify.
That means that they will use crisis in order to benefit them. Okay, how many people jumped on the bandwagon for pandemic money who didn't really need it, who committed fraud and took massive amounts of funds for pandemic relief and didn't even really need it and didn't even qualify for it? They lied on their applications. And there was a massive amount of pandemic money, pandemic stimulus that was misused or allocated to people that didn't need it or shouldn't have had it.
Yeah. People cheat. What does that have to do with the Pentagon?
Well, I'm saying that not that the pandemic wasn't real, but those people capitalized on a crisis, right?
Which people capitalized on what crisis?
I'm giving an example of how parties will capitalize on a crisis to help themselves.
What does that have to do with the plane crashing into the Pentagon? That's what I don't understand.
That area that the plane crashed into held the records that were being sequestered or subpoenaed.
You think they aimed a plane at some office in the Pentagon because it had records?
I'm not sure that a plane did crash into there.
Are you saying that they may have fired a cruise missile into it?
Well, there was the Pentagon, and then there was also that other building that a plane did not crash into.
Building
at the 9/11 site.
I think the argument for the Pentagon is that it was a bomb.
Yes, or something. I don't know what it was. It obviously caused a lot of destruction. I have no clue what it was.
What's the resistance to it being a plane? There was a plane that went missing.
People were arguing there's no debris field of a plane. That was the argument.
Oh man, there's a huge debris field. It's like all these conspiracy theories. The only way there's no debris field is if you ignore the actual debris field that there was there.
No, there was a massive amount of debris, but just not any aircraft. No jetliner debris.
There were plenty of jet aircraft parts. I mean, it hit the air building at hundreds of miles an hour. It would be very unusual to find big pieces, at least that were on the outside. I'll just look at
pictures now. I'll do that while you guys are talking.
And the facade of that building is extremely hard and solid. And
well, they supposedly have a nuclear reactor. They supposedly have a nuclear reactor that helps them maintain operations in case of power outages or, infrastructure attacks or anything like that. I've heard that they have a nuclear reactor down there as well to help maintain operations.
No, I haven't heard that. Nuclear reactors are the only way they could have a nuclear reactor is if they had a decommissioned submarine reactor. Otherwise, it's a huge construction.
It was when the Pentagon was built. It was supposed to be to maintain continuity of government in case of any attacks on power infrastructure, or there was a good reason to have it. I mean, that's not a conspiracy nut theory. There was a good reason for the Pentagon to have such a thing.
Now, logically speaking, it's a great idea, but logistically speaking, it seems like it'd be tough to pull off.
It'd be very tough. They're not.
Not to say it's impossible, and who knows what kind of technologies could exist for small-scale nuclear? I guess, sure.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, it's technically not impossible, but
right.
Well, I'm processing chicken right now, and I've got my fingers in the chicken. But can somebody Google it and see if it's factual?
I'm looking at pictures to show them. The ones that I found don't have debris. None of them have debris, so it's not looking good.
There's a
jet. But check out the nuclear reactor thing. See if the nuclear reactor's in there.
And we did just pass the what would it be now? 23 or 22 years since 9/11. 2001, so right, 22 years.
22 years in September, right?
Yeah. And I just happen to go through every 9/11 that comes around. I go through and watch a bunch of old footage and look at a bunch of old photographs. And never forget, man, that shit really did happen, you know. People
Yeah, I
were
watched
jumping.
it live on television. I watched the second plane hit live on television. I heard about it by the time the first plane had hit, but the second plane I watched live on television. So
People
There
were
really is no.
stuck up
I'll
there.
share what you would have, but there really is no pictures showing debris besides ones where the FBI are gathering and showing it in pictures not in that footage. So it's not looking good. I will share the links now.
Well, I've certainly seen pictures of debris, of airplane debris.
well,
Right,
there
I'll
was
show-
one
I'll
that
show you
crashed.
That too.
There was one that crashed into a field. There was one
That's
plane
right.
that crashed into a field. It
That's
was
right.
diverted or something,
It was
and
crashed.
they were talking about flight patterns and things like that when they were doing coverage of it, like 2 years later. But the flight pattern or the black box signature, whatever you want to call it, for the one that hit the Pentagon was absent. And he said, "Why is this?" At the hearing, the guy said, "Why is this absent? Why is this not here?" And he says, "That's a matter of national security. We can't disclose that information."
You're saying they don't have the black box to the
No, I don't know if they
757 that hit the Pentagon?
I don't know if they do or not. They just never produced it if they do. And they don't have the flight information, the tracking information.
I
Where they
saw the
track all the
flight
flights?
information. I believe they did have the black boxes, and they did publish the data from the black boxes of the plane that hit the Pentagon.
Okay, I may have missed it when it finally came out, but this was like almost 2 years after it happened, and they were having hearings about it. And the guy said that he couldn't furnish that information. Not that they didn't have it, but that it couldn't be shown or couldn't be given. But they may have released it later.
They released it as soon as they got it, because I remember seeing the flight data recorder online, within a year.
That.
But no,
so
I
that,
don't. I do have a tinfoil hat, but it's a very small one.
Last Dance, that military.com link shows a bunch of pictures from the Pentagon on 9/11, and the very, very first picture in that is the only picture of debris sitting there clean on the yard, and then the rest of them you don't see debris in the picture. So it's interesting. You should be able to see stuff from those pictures.
Well, it would all be mostly inside the building. It was projected into the building with a tremendous amount of velocity and forward momentum. You have to imagine that
shredded as it hit, though. You think the wings and everything would have just ripped off.
Yeah, but that never happens.
Well, I mean, from what I saw from the buildings,
I mean,
in New
how
York,
much? Yeah,
the
how much?
planes completely into the building.
That's right.
And
It's
those
like,
videos we all saw.
There is a huge amount of but this is a jet. This is a huge structure, and there's always big pieces as wings, fuselage. There's always big pieces, even if part of the aircraft does shred. There's always big pieces of those giant aircraft.
I mean, that didn't happen at the Trade Center. You can just watch the video. Plane goes into the building. No engines come out. No wings come out.
Hit the building at night and the towers. I'm not arguing that at all. Am I arguing that that's what
I watched that.
Different story.
Okay, well, you watched that.
And
Did the wings fall out? Did the engines fall out
Let me
when
see.
you saw that video?
The shot I saw of this, the live feed I saw of the second plane coming in, I wouldn't have been able to determine that because it hit the back of the building on the feed that I was watching. It showed it coming in, but then it went behind and hit the back of the building from my view, from the feed that I was watching. So I have no idea.
Well, I can tell you that I certainly saw all the angles, and there are no large pieces of the plane were. The plane just basically went into the building. The engines didn't fall off, and the engines were also going 200-300 miles an hour.
You keep saying the engines fell off, but I never said that. I didn't say the engine would fall off. I said wings and parts of the plane, large debris.
Those didn't fall off.
That's what the building looked like. I mean, that's a pretty big fucking hit.
That's the Pentagon, yeah.
That's post-fire, of course. So,
and my only argument is where. I mean, there's. I would think there. It was what size plane was this?
It was a 757.
It was a huge passenger liner. Yeah, it's a huge passenger liner.
It's smaller than the planes that hit the World Trade Center, but it's big. It's a big plane.
Yeah, not huge. Yeah, it's a pretty big plane, a Boeing 757. Yeah,
Right.
it's damn.
It's
not.
Wait, the one that hit the Pentagon or the one that hit the towers? I don't think the one that hit the Pentagon was a 757.
that was a 757. The one that hit the Pentagon.
It was?
The one that hit the towers were both 767s, which is a bigger plane.
Oh, okay. I had my facts backwards. I thought that the one that hit the Pentagon was not the 750. Okay.
The one that hit the Pentagon and the one that crashed into the field in Shanksville were 757s, and the ones that hit the Twin Towers were 767s.
760. Okay.
Now, interestingly, this.
And what about the extra building?
The 757-200 has 150 seats. The 767, it's 181 to 255, depending on the range that they're trying to get out of it. So they're actually pretty close in, give or take 20 people. They're within about 200 passengers per plane. So they're,
they're both massive. Yeah, they're big. They're big aircraft.
When you see a plane flying into the World Trade Center, essentially, you were seeing more or less that plane in Washington. Some size, slight differences, but at that speed.
And then there's the whole question. There's the whole question of the other building that went down that wasn't even hit by an aircraft.
Building 7.
That's Building 7. Yes, that has always been a question of mine.
It's a big
and I always hate to question anything to do with it because planes flew into buildings and killed American citizens.
That's true, and don't get me wrong. I'm not attempting to or intending to stand on people's deaths for a conspiracy theory. But like I said before, I think that no good crisis is let go to waste by individuals, and there are people that will jump on that bandwagon or jump on that crisis to serve their own ends.
So you're saying there was somehow possibly a controlled burn that was synchronized with this plane attack, possibly out of convenience or possibly planned?
Oh, I don't know if it was planned or not, but that building, would you say building number 7, that other building went down many hours after the towers was hit.
Well, let's face it, a couple of jokers running in at the last second with 100 gallons of gas and kerosene.
Are you joking? Are you joking? The kind of people that we're talking about have massive resources. I'm not talking about some like Antifa style burning.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I said planned. That's in order for them to properly bring that thing down, it would have had to have been planned.
I believe it would have had to have been explosions because I have watched a documentary showing heat points for that building structure and fire couldn't have done that.
It was much broader and much closer to the ground. Yeah.
So RW, you have read the NIST document explaining it, and you think that document?
Yeah, in that documentary, they're using the data from NIST and running it in their own computer models to show if that building heated up with fire, how it should have fallen. They ran the model so many times, so I have seen that.
But you actually read the NIST report itself?
I personally did not read the NIST report, no.
Okay.
Last chance. What's the NIST report say?
The NIST report explains, first of all, you have to remember, this report, it explains the collapse of all the buildings, the World Trade Center towers, the South Tower, the North Tower, and the number 7. And the first thing you have to remember, which is adds fuel to the conspiracy fire, is that this is a theory. You can't reconstruct a building that's been collapsed back to know how it collapsed. So they're doing their best analysis to guess what happened.
Sort of reverse engineering.
Reverse engineering, and there's absolutely no way you can say that the sequence that they have is accurate. But they did their best, and I found their analysis to be
acceptable.
Absolutely, not just acceptable, exhaustive. They looked at all possibilities and they evaluated them all, including the ones that that the conspiracy theorists trumpet, controlled detonation, any number of scenarios that aren't the ones that they concluded, and they basically looked at what they considered to be the most probable sequence of events.
So can you summarize how the fire got from the World Trade to Building 7?
I wish I could remember. I remember reading it. I can't remember if the building Building 7 was weakened by the collapse of the first two towers, or whether there were fires that burned in Building 7 long enough. But
that doesn't seem plausible, because the situation where Building 7 was situated was there were buildings in between. There were other things in between it and the towers that would have also been weakened and went down as well.
Somewhat, but it was in a reasonable approximation of the towers. Part of it is visible from, say, the courtyard of one of the towers, or whatever you call the area down underneath. You could see Building 7.
And
it
at the
like
time,
it was across the block. It was visibly in the block, in the.
And at the time, and you have to remember, I was just a young woman and not really into politics back then. But at the time, there was also another group screeching that the building, you said it was Building 7. Building 7 that had gone down was a record spot or a hard drive spot for something that was under review and under oversight federally, some kind of issue of records that could now not be provided for an audit or an oversight that was being done for some kind of federal case.
I guess the thing that I'm most struck by is the standards of evidence that are used. For conspiracy theorists, it's just a little tiny, like that little data point, which may not even be true. But when you look at the NIST reports, there are hundreds of pages of detailed analysis analyzing all these possibilities, which most people who believe that these were controlled explosions, they haven't even read the NIST reports, and they don't even understand how.
Oh, I didn't even know it existed. I didn't even know such a thing existed.
So they do exist, and they go through. This is not just something back of the envelope thing. These are the result of years of work by NIST to explain exhaustively, look at all the possibilities. And at the end of the game, they're just guessing. They're using the data available, the videos and the timing and the structure of the buildings and the engineering diagrams and all the data they have, and running the calculations to see what's the most likely sequence, and they come up with an answer. And it's not the explosion.
People that have taken that same data and come up with different answers. That's all I'm saying.
I know that. There always will be. If you take any big event, it doesn't matter what it is, any big event, there will always be people that will say it's not the way it is explained. They'll always say there's some conspiracy for some reason or other. You just can't pick any single big event, even if it's a mass shooting. There will always be 100 people who will immediately jump on and say this is a false flag designed to put to put the Second Amendment at risk by making gun ownership seem dangerous. And they'll do that with very little evidence. They'll just as an instinct.
Well, while I don't necessarily think events are orchestrated in order to attack I'm a huge 2A supporter, by the way, just qualifying that. I don't necessarily think events are orchestrated to threaten 2A rights, but I do know for a fact that everyone who's opposed to 2A rights jumps on the bandwagon when some such thing happens.
I agree with you. I see that too.
And I also know that the how would you say it, the components that qualify a mass shooting have been reduced. Now it's 3 or more people. You could have a love triangle in a shootout with each other for
I
a
know.
domestic issue, and it's
true.
it's now called a mass shooting.
That's
So-
true. I mean, there's no doubt that mass shootings
while
have been politicized to the max. I mean,
Right, right. So while it may not be, and I think I've said to RW before, and I've said to many people on drones Discord, I'm a person that I have my beliefs, and do have a tinfoil hat, but I can't stand on my arguments if they're not valid or if there are facts that disprove me. So I'm always willing to hear you need opposing viewpoints to make sure that your opinion or something that you're defending is correct and you're not mistaken. So it's important. Like this NIST report you were talking about, I had never even heard of that. I didn't know such a thing existed, but I do now, and I'll do my best to apprise myself of it. But I do have a tinfoil hat though about certain things, and I do believe that certain things are not necessarily mass shootings, but there's a whole world of other things, and the vilification of the word conspiracy lately. When you say conspiracy, what's associated with it isn't actually the definition. You say the word conspiracy and people just instantly think nut or crazy or, something like that. But the actual definition of conspiracy has nothing to do with wild meanderings. It's, people getting together to plan something.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like with the towers, though, as I said at the time, and you have to understand, this is when we all had Nokia phones. It was like we didn't have smartphones where we could save information bites and sound bites from news pundits and things like that. So there's very little personal evidence that I have of the time, even though I watched it on TV. We had Nokia phones back then, and there was no smart devices that I could have saved information on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this video where the person used the NIST data and then ran it through their own models. I wish I saved it. Now I can't find it.
So
and
real quick, I just showed you guys. I'm real proud of those pickled peppers. I pickled that. Had to show them on camera.
I missed it, man. I was researching.
Good job. Awesome job.
I pickle. I'm a pickler.
Red hot chili
It's
peppers.
good for you. It's good for you.
I got jalapenos. I got red cherries, and I got fucking banana peppers.
Oh my God.
in there.
You're going to die. You're going to die.
What you do is you take some really nice sharp provolone and some like nice prosciutto and stuff, and like stuff the peppers with that kind of stuff. Chop them up, put them on a sandwich. It's good shit. Oh, I haven't eaten one yet. I just look at them.
It doesn't matter. When you make it yourself, it's the most delicious. If you make it or you grow it yourself, it's the most delicious thing in the world. Gordon Ramsay may sneeze at it, but your personal effort makes it the best culinary cuisine available.
I grew those babies and I pickled them myself. So I'm trying to really. My buddy's coming up next weekend, and I think I might do a late night Friday night pub next weekend coming up. Maybe. I don't know.
We're preparing for winter here, which means a lot of canning and a lot of like preservation stuff. And the big thing here is like homemade rotel. It's just tomatoes and chili peppers is all it is. It's not anything fancy. But man, I must have jarred 20 or 30 jars of homemade rotel.
Good shit.
It's a big deal. It's a lot of trouble. But no pesticide, and I know where it came from, and I grew it, and it's good for my kids. And
me too. I grow it right here in buckets in the yard, and they sell They have a giant mountain of fucking brush and leaves and shit at the dump, and then they keep stirring it up and moving it, and then they have a big mountain. It turns into black dirt. It's beautiful stuff, and you can go fill up your pickup truck for that. $20 a year, you can get all the soil you want, drop off as much brush as you want. And,
that's awesome. There's nothing like that here. That's awesome.
I pick up a truckload of that, and then I mix it with some vermiculite and some other minor additives just to improve drainage, because I grow in containers. But I always think vermiculite or a little perlite in your soil Well, helps it dry out quicker. Roots like wet and dry, wet, dry, wet, dry. They love that cycle of air and water.
They do.
And
They need
that's
good
why
drainage.
when you drown a plant, it's just as bad as underwatering. So,
Well, especially for peppers, particularly for peppers, they are very sensitive to it.
Good tequila. Damn. Keep that away from me.
Sorry.
That's too good.
It's only a matter of time.
I didn't mean to get off on an agriculture rant there. Sorry.
No worries. I love it. Hey, Aphid, how you been, man?
You know how I've been. Shitty.
You sound okay.
Are you getting
I'm
better?
getting
You on the mend?
Getting better. Yeah. To anybody else, I got COVID Monday, and I've been just day by day trying to get better.
Isn't this just after you had like mono or something?
I did, man. I was sick with two weeks with. It wasn't mono. It was strep, and then it turned into scarlet fever.
Holy shit.
I got over that for about 2 weeks, and then I get COVID. So
Oh man, you're going to be sterile.
I can't catch it.
No.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh,
No need to get that vasectomy now.
Right.
I have noticed that the intellectual people are not having children, and they're the ones that should be. You're leaving it up to all us dumb rednecks to have substandard child rearing, and
Well, I had children, so I must not be an intellectual.
Yeah, I got a child.
Sorry.
I think she means modern young ones, not you old farts like me too. Because
yes,
I'm
I
already
mean,
there.
Well put.
my brother's a pharmacist, and he graduated from UK pharmacology or pharmacy school, and it's you guys probably don't know, but that's nothing to sneeze at. That's kind of prestigious. UK is a huge medical research college, and his wife.
But if you do sneeze as it, he'll cure you.
They'll give you the medicine.
Yes, yes, they will. But he and his wife also. She's a veterinarian, which is no small. That's a big study thing too. That's a big undertaking to be as well. And they've decided not to have children. And they're some of the most responsible, accomplished, financially well off. I wouldn't call them rich, but they're with their jobs and the little debt that they have. They did it smart where they didn't have much debt. They didn't accrue much debt. And they've decided not to have kids.
Yeah,
It's a best way to not acquire debt.
Yeah, that's right.
They're
And I
going to
said,
probably have pets.
Well, I feel bad for my mother. My mother, the only grandchildren she had were for me, and one of them's brain damaged. I feel bad for her. She's only got one grandkid that's a viable future citizen.
That's okay. I mean,
Yeah,
one's
I mean-
good.
From his loins could be 15 kids. You don't know.
Yeah.
Man, I don't look at the dating scene. Look at the females that are available to him. He's just going to turn 18, and look at the females available to him in his age group.
What's
Well,
wrong
I mean,
with the females?
They're just like females every age group. They're female. That's
No.
what the important part is.
No, they're not. They don't know that they're female. And a lot of the ones that I've seen in his peer group, just in social and casual interactions, they and I'm not talking about your normal teen, being concerned with foolish stuff. I'm talking can't spell, doesn't, they, and all of them aren't wanting to have kids. So
Yeah, I mean, there are certain arguments or discussions about this topic where, yeah, there's a certain subsection of Americans, young 20-somethings, that are not interested in having kids. They just prefer to live their lives. A lot of
they're
them
not
grow up-
interested in any kind of traditional life at all. And I figured in a rural area such as we're in, you would have more females like that would be more concerned or more apt to follow a traditional family style. But no, the
but
public school system,
they do exist.
They do.
They exist.
You're right.
I
You're
mean,
right. But even,
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
was just gonna say when we were when I was 18, I don't remember any of the girls having any interest in that kind of thing either. I mean,
There were a lot of us.
It didn't
I
seem
think-
that
I
way,
think-
did it?
I think we're just like every other generation, and we're just old, and we think the younger generation is all going
Well,
downhill. And
I will say this, Aphid Lip, the birth rates are declining throughout the West.
that's not a bad thing. It should be declining in like Africa and lower income countries.
They're below refreshment rate. Let's put it that way.
They are. That's true. And everybody talks about being over. Like you guys probably all live in metropolitan areas or urban areas, or do any of you all live out in the middle of? So
No, we're all in between the two.
We're all in burbs.
Yeah, suburbs.
Oh, suburbs. Okay. Well, there's a huge thing about the Earth being overpopulated, and it's mentioned everywhere I look, and on every soundbite. Everywhere I look, the Earth is overpopulated. We're stretching the Earth's resources, but mathematically, if you go and look at the amount, okay, do you guys know how big a quarter of an acre is?
I think I do.
Okay, so roughly in your mind, because there's some people that don't understand like land measurements. So you could give every human being, not family groups, every human being on the face of this planet, including infants, a quarter of an acre, and they would all fit in the state of Alaska.
Sure.
And to me, that doesn't seem like it's overpopulated. It just seems like people are crammed together in certain areas.
Yeah, but if you were a distance away from, subjectively looking at the planet Earth over the past 100 years, I mean, you would see a huge difference on, how we are populating this planet.
Oh gosh, I wish I could post pictures here. I have a picture of some what do you call it? Not geologists. Well, no, yes, there was a group of geologists with them where they mapped out population centers over the last like 6,000 years throughout culture and history. And it just basically moved around. They said that the overpopulated theory wasn't actually true, that populations have remained relatively stable except for huge global bad events like what was it, the year 500 or something, when that volcano went off and massive amounts of people died in droves, agriculture went down, like millions of people around the world died because the sun was blocked out for a whole year.
Krakatoa?
Have you all ever heard of that?
Yes. I think there's the number one reason for this is that we are not one world. We are a massive conglomeration of countries that don't want anything to do with each other.
They're working on
Therefore, we don't fucking do anything together. And if you look at it on a world level, it's a massively mismanaged planet. Huge. We could have done it so much differently. Someone playing a cricket sound, or is that an actual cricket?
I'm sorry, that's me.
Yeah.
I'm not playing it. I'm outside. I'm
that
sorry.
was God, Steve.
But you guys know what I mean. Like, we don't look at it. We don't work together as a global, entity.
I can't unhear it. I'm sorry.
Me too.
Hang on.
Oh man,
It's so insulting. That's what's funny about it.
Ashley Havoc, queen of the crickets, apparently.
The cricket insult.
Harnessing cricket
tell those
power.
wolf spiders to get on it.
When I play my cricket sounds, I have actual crickets playing.
Right.
I don't fake it.
But anyways, that's my take on it.
Well, the
And
crickets, I couldn't sleep in the city with the traffic noises. When I was younger, I lived in some larger cities for our region. I lived in Cincinnati for a year, and then I lived in Lexington, which is near our state capital, Frankfort. And then I lived in Louisville for a year, and we lived in Nashville for 2 years. I stayed in Knoxville like 6 months, but regionally, I stayed in the biggest cities that we have, and I sleep better out here. The sound, but there's people who've come to visit me, family members from like Indianapolis and other larger cities, and they say it's creepy and they can't stand it, and that there's no car sounds and things like that they just can't. It's creepy, like one of those Wrong Turn movies, like they expect Bigfoot or something to come out of the woods.
Traffic beeping and people yelling at each other. That's their noise machine for sleep.
I mean, this year, because we had a ton of rain, and we didn't have any winter last year, the crickets are out like crazy. I hate it because that's one of my least favorite bugs of all time is the cricket. I like spiders. I kill crickets on sight. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean they're worse than stink bugs?
I'm the opposite. I'm the
Wow.
exact
You
opposite.
can't.
I'll bring
What's more
crickets in for
harmless
the
than a
kids.
cricket? A spider can
Jiminy
bite you.
Cricket.
A cricket
Poor
can't hurt
Jiminy.
you.
Cricket could probably bite you if it wanted to.
I don't know.
No.
They can, but let me tell you, crickets could do damage to crops. And
They do.
I have,
They do.
Yeah. They have to eat too.
not
They should eat the stink bugs.
That
stink
would be a
bugs.
good
God, I
trick.
don't know.
They're so
I
Our
saw
chickens
slow.
won't
They
even eat
just
the stink
walk.
bugs.
No, but they
Our
swarm
chickens
the
won't eat
house.
the
They
stink
must not
bugs.
swarm the house up there, Steve. In North Carolina, they're about to start swarming, and they'll be here all winter inside the house. We got to find them and kill them and get rid of them.
They're an invasive species, right?
These ones
Stink
are.
bugs?
These
Yeah.
ones are.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah, we
get in
get
the
stink
house.
bugs.
They pile
Mhm.
up in a corner somewhere. They like take over the hallway on the east side of your house or something. They'll all go to one side.
They hide wherever they can, everywhere.
Here they all go to the east side of the house. The Japanese beetles, when they come, they do that as well. They
Do
all
they
pile up.
smell? Do they smell?
Oh
the
yes,
stink bugs?
If you
yes.
kill them,
Yeah. And
I've
if you,
never smelled
if
one.
you get their stink on your fingers, it'll turn your skin black or brownish black for days.
It stains you. Yeah, it will stain your skin.
I was picking them off the roof and like dropping them in gasoline, and I had gloves on, and I took it off, and I had leprosy all over my hands. I was freaking out.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
Yeah, it's called learning. I love it.
Wait, so your gloves weren't stink bug proof?
They're just leather gloves.
Oh yeah, right. You
I just didn't want the smell on my fingers itself because it's hard to get that off for a while.
That's crazy. I never have smelled the stink bug, even though I've killed a ton of them.
I'm just
Oh.
glad it's cold enough up there that you don't have to deal with it. That must be
We
just
get
killing
them.
them off.
We get them, and we get these other things called potato bugs, which are like a stink bug's little brother. And I don't know. I killed them both.
Thought of it that way. You mean the ones that actually grow on potato plants, right?
I think so, but I've
Yeah,
never
they're-
had a potato plant.
Oh, well, because when we grow
I don't know the
potatoes,
bug you're talking about, but we've probably got a different name for it here. Every region has different names for stuff.
well, the potato bugs should be those little red and black bugs that grow on the potato plants we grow.
Yes, we do have those.
No, I think this
But
thing
that-
is more of like looks like a little potato walking around.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that one.
How about the basketball bug? Do you guys have that one?
Absolutely. We actually use them as basketballs when they come out.
Oh my god.
We shoot hoops with them. They're
You
What do
know
they
what
look
I'm
like?
talking about. It's a little like
I'm looking
it looks like a little like armored tank moving along, and then when you touch it, it turns into a ball.
Oh, we call them roly
Oh.
polies.
yeah, really poly.
We call them basketball bugs here.
Pill bugs.
I mean, but are
Pill
these the
bugs,
size
yeah.
of, like,
pill bug is what I've heard.
yeah,
My
the
cousins
13
from Indiana calls them pill bugs.
All right, basketball.
All I'm
bug.
getting is pictures of Bugs Bunny, so this isn't working.
Hey, check ARW. Check out a bumble moth.
Oh yeah, that we have those here. They're like hummingbirds.
we
They're
call
they're
those
they're
we call those
they're-
lunar moths here.
I got a good video
They're-
of a
different.
hummingbird moth.
They're different.
This-
I'll send you a picture.
they're weird, but they're beautiful and they're cool. They pollinate, so I love them.
Yeah, I was out
But they're
doing
weird, man.
some gardening, and a hummingbird moth just like flew almost in my face. It was that close. It was by the what are these called? They're called there's a certain kind of flower. I think they're called butterfly
Hey, girl, you want a
bushes.
chewy?
But
You want me to bring you a chewy? Okay,
I
hang
got a
on.
pretty cool video of them.
They're they're one of those creatures that you look at and you just appreciate nature.
Oh yeah, I've seen pictures and stuff of those bad boys before. What did I do here? How do I get?
A lot of people are scared of them because of their back end, but
Oh no. I'm more afraid of the Asian hornets.
They have a mighty proboscis. Their proboscis is quite big. They're the John Holmes of proboscis.
Did you have to go there?
That's,
You-
I was
you
over
did.
my
What? I mean, I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, Asian hornets. We call them cicada killers.
Okay, I don't know the right term.
Cicada killers are naturally occurring.
Hey, Mom, it's almost
These
9.
Asian hornets are fucking whole different ball game, bro.
It's Smokesteve. He's not.
But yes, I have cicada killers, and they're essentially harmless. These hornets, these Japanese or these Asian giant hornets,
Yeah,
they're different, huh?
they're the most aggressive hornet species on the planet.
I don't think I've seen one of those. I probably don't want to ever see one.
Second most aggressive is the bald-faced hornet, which is nasty.
Which is a CGI version of it, but it's pretty accurate.
Yeah,
My son
we
got
dealt with these on the property recently. They're brutal, man.
My son got attacked by a cicada killer yesterday, and by attacked I mean he was within 300 yards of it.
Right.
And he
Almost died.
He got so scared he ran through our sliding screen door to our basement, and
Whoa.
I had to fix it today because he jacked it all up.
Dude, if I saw
you buy a new screen,
what it was, I'd go through a screen.
No, I had to get with the wheels for it because he
broke
tore
the
out
wheels off.
Well,
the wheels off.
at least it wasn't glass.
Yeah, that's true. Because he
So
would.
you're saying this thing doesn't attack people? Like it doesn't even have a stinger, or it just leaves people alone? Or
Yeah, they do leave people alone. They swarm you and they'll buzz around you, but they're not going to bite. They're
good God, man.
What are we talking about? I missed it.
cicada killers.
All right, now I got to look that up because I don't think I've ever.
They're like a hornet that's the size of your hand, basically.
Yeah,
Oh
they
my
I
God.
don't want them here.
they kill cicadas and they pick up. They bring them into their hole, and then they lay their eggs inside the cicada, and then their baby is born inside the cicada and starts to eat the live cicada from inside out. So it's totally
That's
awesome.
typical for most wasps, so a lot of them do that.
Yeah.
We have them here, and it's cool because we have a lot of cicadas, and he'll grab a cicada and he'll drag it up a tree, and he'll jump off, and the cicada's as big as he is, and he flies at like a 45-degree angle, and then he'll fly down to the ground, and then he'll climb up another tree, and then he'll do the same thing until he gets to his little hole and takes it in the hole.
That's dedication.
Pretty cool stuff, man.
Well, I hate spiders. I wish that we had a tarantula hawk here.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what a tarantula hawk is?
Yeah, they hurt.
Probably another wasp.
I wish we had those here.
Cody, Brave Wilderness Cody, whatever his name is. He
That's how I know about him. If watching,
yeah, there's a YouTube channel called Brave Wilderness Cody something or other. He gets stung by all the
I've seen that guy.
Stinging insects that you can imagine. And he did bullet ant. He did tarantula wasp. He did this thing called a velvet ant, which is apparently some kind
We had
of a
those
bee.
here.
Yeah, they're brutal.
I've seen those.
We had those here.
We got them here.
I had one as a kid and got stung by it.
He did one
They
called the
look like a bee with no wings, and they're red.
Right.
It looks like an ant, but it's
Looks like an ant.
It's a wasp.
It's huge, though. It's as big as your thumb. It's a big.
No.
Yeah,
Not
the ones
thing-
here
not
are
the
as big
thing-
as your thumb.
Not the thing. Not the one I'm thinking of.
I think it's about as big as a good-sized carpenter ant.
Yeah, that's about right. A little bigger than that, I think.
He did one.
Maybe
called
she's got really tiny thumbs.
No, man,
So
no.
mean.
Paddle
I'm like
killer,
the
he
chick
did-
on Seinfeld. I've got man hands. You know the Seinfeld episode where he couldn't date her because her hands were too manly?
Aphid Lip's always trying to find a compromise. That's how he works.
She breaks the lobster.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
And it's literally like my hands, but it's like a woman, She's like 5'6". It's great. They didn't take like just any guy. They took a big fucking
Right.
set of,
Well, my hands aren't hairy, but they are big.
yeah. My brother used to call my hands something, meat paws or something. He's like,
Sausage hands.
paws. He's a big dude.
No,
too.
that's a midget.
We don't say that word.
Little person. Sorry.
Wait, are you serious? Are you
Hello.
serious?
I'm not.
No, I don't know. I mean, we say everything here except the few words that you all know we don't say. But I'm not going to say the word he just said, and I would appreciate it if others didn't. But you know what? It's
Okay.
How about dwarf? Is that acceptable?
Are we in Never Never Land?
I don't know what that means, but
No, it isn't.
Okay.
I think. I don't know, dude. Yeah, don't ask me. I don't know if we should be talking about this. No, I'm kidding.
Shrimp? Putts?
Shrimp? Jumbo shrimp. That's an oxymoron. But I don't know. Like, what I think little person is all. It's all. That's it.
Nah, I don't believe
Did
that's
you already
the
get your
only
food?
acceptable term.
I'm sorry, Mom. I lied to you.
This is cool. We get to hear Ashley's conversations live
I'm so
on
sorry.
YouTube.
Hang on. Let me mute. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Sounds like someone didn't get their food. I wonder. It's interesting, man. I wonder.
My grandma's home from the hospital. She's had like hernia after hernia for the last year, about 3. She's 90, and her filter's like gone. She's at the age where she just says whatever she wants, and so she's back home, which is great. And I stopped in yesterday around supper time to check in on her, and her answer was like, "Hey, is the spaghetti gonna be here before midnight?" And I was just like, "Hey, Graham, how you doing?" I look forward to getting to the age where I'm allowed to have that lift of a filter because I no longer have to play by the rules.
Did the spaghetti make it before midnight?
It was around 7, which is very late for her, but
okay,
it is what it is.
Oh, hey, you're doing doing good work there, man. Taking care of the old folks, you know. Eventually,
it's interesting to have it on both sides. Having a 5 and an 8-year-old, and having 80 and 90-year-olds.
Yeah.
Too much relates.
Okay, I've gone back to the crickets. Enjoy.
Eventually, we'll all be there
Sounds
someday.
good.
So you just do what you can when you can help, and then hopefully someone's there to help you if you need it. You know, right?
Do
It
you
all
think-
comes around.
I don't think I'm going to make it to their ages. I really don't. Like, I'm already having health problems at 37. And they have less than me, and they're like 85 and 92, and it's just like I couldn't even imagine.
Dude, it's the nutrition.
Well, yes, I'm not arguing with it. I've done the damage.
Well, no, it's not like something you intentionally did, but okay, did you guys see the new food pyramid that came out this year?
No, I have
didn't
not.
know there was one.
It's not a pyramid. It's now like a series of bars. It's no longer in pyramid shape. But they literally said, and I'm not joking, you can look this up, they literally said your child having a bowl of Fruit Loops was more healthy than them eating an egg.
And General Mills had nothing to do with the study?
Well, they've never had anything to do with those studies. Oh, no, of course
I better
not.
go get some Fruit Loops because I'm lacking.
I don't know. That doesn't sound legitimate to me because with my basic understanding of nutrition, an egg in its purest form is one of the most easily digestible and healthy things that a person can eat.
I raise chickens. I raise hens for eggs because my daughter can't chew a lot of protein sources. She can't masticate well. And the eggs are a wonderful protein source for her. That's the whole reason I even started having chickens to begin with.
Then that would
and I was
lead
just-
me to say that article that I'm not doubting you that you read it, but that article is completely
This
sus.
is the FDA. It's not an article. This is the FDA's nutrition recommendations.
Sus.
And that wasn't the only thing. That was just one of the more outrageous ones. There was a lot of things on there that they were telling you, like, okay, I'm a person that you can't be a carnivore or a vegan for life, but I believe that those types of diets are useful to adjust your personal biome at certain times, right? You can't live that way. It's not a lifestyle, but certain diets are useful to get certain health effects. And I'm a person that believes that a person that people should have meat-heavy diets, not necessarily carnivore. There's all kinds of macros that you need. But I became healthier. I'm healthier. I'm 44, and I'm healthier now than I was when I was 24.
Yeah, I think a meat forward diet with a lot of fresh vegetables is a good way to go. As long as you're cooking the meat in a low fat setting.
Now, see, I'm not
Especially
like that. I believe in fat. I love fat. I cook in lard. You
no,
know, my
it's not that I'm saying that I don't like fat. I think that if you are intaking enough fat, good fats, I don't want to add fats. And trust me, I love to fry shit up. I just regret it. I'm like, you know, when you get like, if you pound some pork chops real thin and bread them up and boo, 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 and fucking fry those up, you're not going to have the better tasting thing. But I should
true.
be either grilling it or like baking it, you know, like trying to achieve a less fat intake. But that being said, I do think that if I had a place to go where I could say, like, you know, give me this awesome vegetarian wrap that's going to taste great, I would love that sort of thing. But like around here, I can get 10 awesome subs loaded with meats and pizzas and all that kind of shit. But I can't go anywhere to get a good, proper vegetarian meal that I would be going back for.
My deal,
you know what I'm saying?
My deal is that it's not so much it's not just fats in general. There are certain, like there is no vegetable oil in this house. Well, I fry things all the time, but it's always in a meat-based or tallow fats, animal fats. And none of us have high cholesterol. My kids are healthy weights. I'm a healthy weight. There's no obesity here in this family. And we eat very little bread products. And what bread we do eat, I bake my own bread here at home. So, and the wheat that I get is from an Amish family. Well, they're not Amish, they're Mennonite. That's a different, they're like Amish. But the wheat that we get is not GMO wheat that is mass produced. It's produced on a farm about 20, 30 minutes away from me. And so when we do eat breads, it's specific. Like we eat out. We just had pizza the other night. But that's a rare thing.
Ashley, did you hear about the Amish hooker?
No!
She had six men a night.
Oh, I thought you were serious. Oh my God.
Okay, put those crickets on now.
Yeah. Hold the phone out the door, Ashley. Let's get some crickets. I told
I'm
that
outside.
One before. That's
I'm
pretty
outside.
good joke. I think
all the crickets stopped for that.
They were laughing.
They're Mennonites. They're Mennonite crickets. They were all offended. Sorry, I shouldn't insult them.
See this is where we need sound panels in here. That would have been.
We do need sound effects. And I've got to get the laptop so I can take advantage of some of this stuff. I can't even adjust my sound well on this phone.
You sound pretty clear. It's funny down in Florida when you're on the beaches, at least on the Gulf side, you'll often see Amish people there in Amish clothes on the beaches. It's totally a trip, man.
It's called SPF 6000.
Yeah. But they have these places. They have food and shit. Like they have butcher shops. Everyone knows you go to the Amish when you want to get the good food. Or like they make pies down in Florida, Amish pies. You come across an Amish pie maker, get yourself some motherfucking pie. That is the best pie you ever have, dude.
That's true.
Whatever these people do, they seem to be driven. And I know Amish furniture is extremely sought after, you know. You know, people make fun of them, and I'm kind of joking about them now, but whatever they seem to do, they put their all into it. You know what I mean?
Dude, they're the ones that are going to be laughing, and hopefully they have guns when the trucks stop rolling.
No, they don't have guns.
All the grocery store buyers are going to be scared. We'll just eat our own stock.
Well, they manage to stay off the government radar because they don't believe in guns. They're very nonviolent, and they think guns are even for hunting. They raise their own livestock, so they say there's no need to hunt. God gave us animals to raise, so you don't need to be out hunting.
All the best if trucks stop rolling, that they can hug people so that they don't get robbed.
Well, I think that they'll become a target they've managed to stay off the radar and avoid like selective service and things like that because of their religious affiliation and their nonviolence. But as the food issues become worse and people start seeking them for food sources, they'll become a target as well, I believe.
Last Dance. Ashley, what did you just say? That the Lord or the God said, like, raise the animals, something like that?
Their view is that God gave them livestock and animals to raise so that there's no need to be hunted.
Last Dance?
God,
Raising livestock. You don't agree?
If God says that, who might disagree with what God says?
Who's God? What God?
Their God. I mean, there's only one God, right? Boy,
Well,
we'll sure have a war if we ever think there's two different gods.
As Conan the Barbarian said, what God do you pray to? You know, like, there is more than one God, according to Conan.
Oop.
There's my
I've
wife.
got a wonderful
Steve wife.
I've got a wonderful meme of Conan, of Arnold Schwarzenegger standing there and it says Conan has to go back to school to find out who is singing his lamentations. The lamentations of the women.
Yeah.
You know, he has to go back to school to get a biology degree to find out who is singing his lamentations. Can he call them women? And what is a woman?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. To sing the lamentations of the women.
I asked my son, I'm like, Dylan, what is best in life? And he goes, what? Hang on. That's my son. Hang on. What?
Let's hear him say it. Come on, son. Let's go.
That was good motivation skills right there. Let's see if it worked.
All right.
What happened?
I don't know.
I think we should. I think Dance is right. We should call out our God by a specific name instead of a generic name. I think that's a waste of time and confusing.
Last Dance said that? All right, let's go. Last Dance, name your God.
I don't believe in God, so I don't have to worry about it. But
you don't have to worry about the name.
Right, I don't have to worry about the name or what the right name is.
So are you an atheist or an agnostic?
You know, if I'd be an atheist if I wasn't quite so lazy. So I'm not really into trying to convince other people to join my atheism. But otherwise, I'm pretty much an atheist.
Okay.
God,
so in order to be an atheist, you have to be an activist. That's an interesting point.
I don't know. It depends who you ask.
I don't know. I just feel like that's a belief. It's not like you're a disciple of nothing.
Well, I find a lot of people who say that they're atheists, they're not really. They believe in like kismet or karma, but they just are Christian haters. They had a bad experience with Christianity, and they claim that they're atheists, but when you get to talking to them, you get to know them better. They really do believe in some higher power. It's just not the Christian God.
I'm certainly not a Christian hater. I don't believe in kismet or karma. And I definitely don't believe in a higher power.
You don't watch instant karma videos?
What's that?
You don't watch instant karma videos?
No, I don't.
Okay, you're off the hook.
Yeah,
then.
but doesn't that like hurt you in your guts to think that when you go out, you just go out and there's nothing? Doesn't that bother you?
Not at all.
You're cool with it?
Yep.
I don't know. I guess depending on the misery of your life, oblivion could look good. It depends on how your life was, but man,
So you think only someone miserable could be an atheist?
I was going to say that.
Well, it's not for me personally, not for you, but for me personally, it's not okay with me to think that's just it. Okay, hang on.
What is your tombstone going to say, Dance?
What's my what?
Tombstone. What is it going to say? Or what do you want on your tombstone? No, what do you...
I certainly don't want a tombstone.
Oh. A whole...
Just cook me, burn me up, and toss me in the woods.
Fair enough. Here lies dirt.
No one below ground can read what's above ground anyways.
What he would have on his tombstone would be 3 words. More salad, please. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. The whole tombstone thing, some people like it.
It's
No, I
not.
want to be burned. I want to be roasted.
There you go.
If my
I wanna-
family wants to put me in a grave, I
My
don't
family
care.
to wear me.
I told my daughters, you cremate me. After that, you do what you want with my ashes. You know, you can just toss
That's what
them
I told
and
my son.
toss them around or put them in the ground. Do whatever you want. Keep them around with you if you feel like it.
Yeah, I think you'd be a pretty blue diamond that could be like a nose stud or something.
I
We
keep
have
my
we had my
wife's
dad.
with me.
Say that again, Aphid.
We had my dad cremated, and before he was he was in Vietnam, so he went to the the
Memorial.
place here in St. Louis where they got all the vets and stuff, but we wanted to do something with some of his ashes, and so I brought a baggie, and we had to transport his ashes to the place, to the memorial place or whatever, and it was windy, and the people were coming, and he was in my trunk, and I opened the trunk and got my little baggie out, and the wind came.
Oh my God! This is straight out of the Big Lebowski.
That's right. Are you kidding?
I don't mean to laugh, but you're telling a joke.
No,
here,
it's funny. It's funny. No, it's true. And blew him around, and nobody knew what we were doing, and I was getting his ashes in this baggie, and then his box was like a plastic box he was in, and you could see my fingerprints all over it because he was in my fingers,
That doesn't sound like I believe. I don't think I believe that story.
No, it's honest to God truth. I promise you.
I mean, there had to be a laugh track in the background when you.
So
was
we
it
brought
one
him
of those
home.
Folding sandwich bags? No Ziploc?
Yes, yeah. No, it's a Ziploc. It's a Ziploc.
Oh, okay.
And I brought him home, and we put him in this jar that's up on our up on our windowsill up by our sink up there. And my mother-in-law was cleaning our house, and she didn't know, and she was cleaning, and somehow she got inside that thing, and it came out like a month or two later that she cornered my wife, and she thought it was cocaine.
She didn't snort it, did she?
No.
Even harder
Well, if
to
she didn't
explain.
know,
No,
if she if she thought it was cocaine, then she wouldn't have snorted it. If she had ever snorted cocaine, then she would have known it wasn't cocaine. So no, I doubt she snorted it.
That's pretty dirty coke.
She's like, I didn't want to get involved with your guys' private life,
Oh, I told my in-laws back when my ex and I was still together, I was like, listen, don't go digging around my house. You'll find our horrible, creepy porn stash and all this other stuff. We didn't have one, but I told her that we did. And she was scared to death. She was a snooper, and she was scared to death and didn't go snooping around after that.
Right.
I think
Back
the
in
right
the day,
plaque for me would be
when you
if
stashed porn.
if I turn into ashes, I'll just have a little plaque and says, "Here is an ash hole," and that's all it'll say.
Not bad. Not bad.
Mrs.
You think that will capture your life?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part of it, and maybe not halfway to the latter, but good enough.
Yeah.
If I was going to be buried, if I did decide to be buried, I would want to do what that Irish guy did. Did you guys see that Irish guy? That he made a recording of himself? Oh, it was hilarious. They were all standing around at this man's burial, and all of a sudden down there you could hear knocking coming from the grave. And he's like, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I saw that.
Someone help or something. And then he started singing an old Irish ballad, and everybody around the grave was just giggling. And I was like, if I was going to be buried, that would be what I'd want to do.
Yeah, he pre-recorded something. He knew he was dying. So, yeah, that was
Mrs. Lip wanted me to clarify the fingerprints were on. It was like packing tape that was keeping the box closed, and I had to peel that up, obviously, to get inside to get the ashes out. My fingerprints were all over that packing tape, but there was fingerprints. It was my dad's ashes in my hand, making the fingerprints on the box, But she's a stickler for every story coming out perfectly correct.
Understood.
Is that a Yeti? Yeti stubby holder, aphid?
No, it's a. I'm not going to pay for that. No, I got this. Well, the first one I got was at Walmart, and then I actually found one even cheaper at the.
Is it a Stanley?
Store. It says Sub-Zero.
Okay,
but it does, man.
Certainly
These things really do keep your beer. They really do keep your beer colder longer than
Woo.
like a regular.
Y'all have fancy equipment.
This new thing
Y'all
is
have-
called the Stanley Cup. Have you heard about this? Not the hockey thing, but just the Stanley Cup.
No, I haven't.
Is it the one that heats stuff?
Oh, keeps stuff cold, but like apparently it's the new in cup for like the in people who are like walking around with alcohol in their cups and trying to fly under the radar. The Stanley Cup. I don't know. It's a thing.
That's professional functioning alcoholic gear.
Yeah.
All my koozies are from places like this one says Fox Outdoor Experience. And it's from some place that I bought like $1,000 worth of ammo, and so they just gave me a free koozie and a free T-shirt.
Wow.
It was like
This person must drink beer.
Loading up, huh, Ashley?
Huh?
Loading up
for the
no,
purchase.
No, if you shoot firearms like frequently, you can use up 1,000 rounds in just a few months, just target practice. And you hear somebody getting pulled over. They had 1,000 rounds of 9mm in their trunk. That's really not that much. It really isn't. Just for target practicing, even.
Right. Yeah.
Good.
50 rounds is a quick session.
Just for plinking. So 50 times 20 is 1,000. So you're talking a couple of sessions, and you could.
You're burning 50 easy at a time.
Yeah, but you got 3 or 4 people shooting though. It's not
Could
just
be
me.
a lot of 22, like cheapo stuff that you're just stuck there.
Oh, like 9mm Lugers, they're garbage. They're only good for target practice.
Yeah,
They're-
I got the
they're
Glock
pathetic.
44, so I could shoot the 22s. It jams, but it's still a fun, and it's the cheapest you can do.
It is. I was telling them I have a 9mm rifle, not the big military 9mm, just the regular standard, like the kind that you use in a Glock. It's a rifle though, and they were like, that must kick, and I'm like, no, not that kind of 9mm. No, just it's just a little cheap. It looks like a military style rifle, but man, I mean, you could take out a turkey or a very small deer, but you couldn't get an elk with that thing. It doesn't have much punch at all, but it's a rifle, and it's very cool.
No elk here.
Yeah, it's funny because like the rifle that killed JFK, if you believe that, I think was like 6 or 6.5 millimeter Mannlicher Carcano rifle, bolt action piece of crap, Italian overstock. I think from World War II, that you could buy in a magazine for like $7 or something, and supposedly that's how Lee Harvey Oswald acquired that. And that rifle, significantly smaller diameter than the 9 pistol, but the thing, it just has so much more velocity that its destructive power is.
I'm desperately trying not to put my tinfoil hat on.
Can I interject with that? Because he mentioned the Kennedys, and I'm curious if you already talked, Steve, about the RFK not getting approval for security. Because
security?
Secret Service?
Yeah.
Killer!
Have you guys already talked about that? Hey, Kelsey.
Hey,
Mr. Kelsey.
I think I visited that a few weeks ago. Yeah. It's interesting. Okay. It's interesting. I mean, my point was how much Secret Service do they have to provide to candidates that are they going to garnish votes? Is he a legitimate candidate? There's a lot of candidates.
I didn't even know that they garnished them to any candidates. That was the first I knew that they.
Oh yeah, they do every year, or every election year, yeah. And it's odd that they declined. It's odd that they declined him security. It's very strange. But like I said, they want him dead anyway. Those 4, I said in the beginning of the conversation, there's 4 people. 4 entities that if you come out against, you risk your life. And he's come out against 2 of them, so I don't think anybody wants him protected.
Did you see pictures of the gentleman that was the man
that was arrested? Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy that
very clean cut, trying to pass himself off as part of the security team. And I'm curious if in the end it would have amounted to anything, or well, it's just weird. It was weird.
Well, I haven't heard any updates on that individual that was arrested. What was he charged with? When will he be incarcerated? When's his hearing? I've not heard any of those details on that individual.
I mean, because if all that they have against him is that he lied and he's allowed to have open carry and all those things, then what is the charge? You lied?
Well, you're right. I've got to concede that. You're right. If he was perfectly legal under the law, there's really nothing they can do to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they can bring. I mean, because if they have all these massive charges against politicians and nothing sticks, what are they going to do with some civilian that lied? I don't know.
I'm not sure he's a civilian.
I don't know what he is, but in that scenario, I would
You're
consider
killing
him.
me. You're killing me, RW. I'm trying not to put on my tinfoil hat.
In that scenario, I would consider him to be a civilian.
RFK?
No, the gentleman said he was on a security detail that tried to get next to him.
Oh, the guy that got next to him.
I do remember when Trump came in, there was a little bit of a skirmish between his personal security and Secret Service. Trump wanted to keep his personal security, the guys that he had known for decades, and he was told that he wasn't allowed. And then there was some sort of bargain struck where it was half and half for a while. Eventually, they would be graduated out. But he personally, or maybe it was his wife, someone didn't trust the Secret Service security personnel that was provided to them. They would rather have kept their own personal security and the people that they had vetted themselves.
Enough, why wouldn't they be allowed to? Except for the fact that Secret Service wouldn't be able to plan things out.
I think that's what the issue was. They said that they didn't want the Secret Service to have access, and they weren't in on the planning, and that it would be a conflict, and that they were an independent security firm and all this other stuff. There was some kind of issue with it that him and his family wanted to keep their personal security, and they weren't allowed to. But there was some sort of bargain struck.
Personal security team would be pretty legit.
I think so as well. His first day in presidency, he raided the CDC in Atlanta. And I still to this day want to know why and what he found and what he was looking for.
I don't know anything about that. I don't remember that.
I thought that was so odd. His very first full day in office, not when he was elected, his first full day in office, he sent a bunch of people into the CDC. So by surprise, it wasn't an announced visit. And I wonder what,
for an audit?
I don't know. That's what I said. I would like to know what he was looking for or why. And if
He's probably looking for the vaccine ahead of time.
I don't know if anybody knew that was going to happen. Like I keep saying, there's all kinds of people that jump on the bandwagon when that stuff happens, but I think very few people, if any, know about those events before they happen. There's only a very small group of people.
There's something you're never going to prove, It's just a vibe.
I know. There's one lady. Do you guys know? Have you heard of the thalidomide babies? If we had somebody from Europe on here, they could tell us about it, or from Britain. Have you guys heard about thalidomide?
Yeah.
Thalidomide.
The flippers, right?
Yes, and it was all over UK and parts of Europe, and it only took one lady to save the U.S. from that tragedy that happened. There were troops. There were U.S. troops abroad whose wives suffered, pregnant wives suffered, and they had deformed children. But for the most part, the American citizens were saved from that, and most of them have no clue it even happened. And meanwhile, it's well known in Europe and in the UK that, there's a whole generation of thalidomide babies because of that. And it was just one lady in the US that kept that from happening here.
What is it? What is putting it into people?
Well, it was, as with most drugs, it was not its intended use. It was originally developed for like male prostate issues and male lower abdominal fertility, equipment issues and stuff. But they found that it got rid of nausea across the board. And they used it to help people who were in radiation therapy. They used it to help all kinds of people with like nausea and stomach issues. And they started giving it to pregnant women for morning sickness. And of course, it took away their morning sickness. It curbed their nausea. It did exactly what they intended it to do. However, when the babies were developing and being born, they found that it had deformed them almost across the board. There were no exceptions. There were levels of deformity, but it deformed every fetus that it was introduced to in some shape.
Is it heavy metal?
I don't know. I don't know what was in it. But it wasn't originally formulated for nausea. It was originally formulated for some kind of male issues.
So that's a pharmaceutical name? It's not like it's an element or anything?
No,
it's a drug name.
Okay.
I think it's THALID, OMIDE, maybe.
That's correct.
There's tons of information about it, and if you put that word in with babies after it and then hit images on whatever search you're doing, it's not terribly shocking, but it is at the same time.
Right.
But it's not like gore shock or anything.
No, their trunks and their heads were mostly okay. It was limb deformities, like extremities. They were either born without legs, without arms. Their hands were right at their shoulders. It was their trunks and their cognitive ability in most cases, their brains and everything. The trunk and head, the cranium.
I knew a kid like that when I was a kid. He had the fucking tiny arms and he was real short and like he was a little slow, but he wasn't Down's, or as far as I know at the time, I didn't have any understanding of it. I don't believe he was autistic. But just looking at this, he looks like this kind of, but it seems like this would have been more towards the 50s and 60s.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. So
it's the boomer generation. The boomer generation was the one that it hit.
Yeah,
but like I said, Americans aren't aware that this even existed, even though it's common knowledge in Europe and in Britain or UK. I keep saying Britain. I'm sorry. I know they're supposed to be united now, but it's common knowledge and a common occurrence over there because it struck a huge amount. I think it was like they guessed like a fifth of the population was affected in some way, either through a family tie or by actually being deformed. So it's a pretty common thing over there, and everyone knows about it. But there was just one lady here in the U.S. I think she worked for the FDA. I wish I could remember her name, but one lady, and she fought against another female and two male counterparts, co-workers, I guess you could call them. They wanted this drug approved for the U.S. and she was like, no, and she wouldn't take any amount of money from Big Pharma to approve it.
Can you see that, Ashley? Gerald agreeing with you from the chat.
Oh, no, hang on. That's true, Ashley. Once they knew it caused, once they knew the thalidomide was bad, they said that it would get banned. I'm sorry, I'm having to blow this up on the phone.
However, they sent it off to third world, is what he said.
That doesn't, I didn't know that, but that doesn't surprise me. We do that with vaccines all the time. People abroad are shocked when I question the efficacy and the safety of vaccines, and people abroad are always shocked. And I said, it's not this way in your country. All pharmaceutical manufacturers here are protected. Here in the U.S., they're protected from any and all liability from the manufacturing of the immunization down to the administering of it. You can't sue them if the needle breaks off while the nurse is giving you the shot. You can't sue them for anything like that. They're protected completely from any and all liability here in the U.S. And it's certainly different than what it was back in that lady's day, but she did have to fight a large amount of opposition to keep it out of the U.S. And I'm so glad she did.
Apparently, in California now, if you are a medical professional, paid, licensed, if you discuss the vaccine that is in any way considered to be anti-science or misinformation, correct me if I'm wrong, Last Dance, you can be actually barred from the medical association, fired, lose your job, and potentially charged. Is that correct, Last Dance?
It was that way right after they passed that law, but I think the courts intervened and declared the law unconstitutional.
Thank goodness.
And I think they have now somehow rescinded the law. I'm not sure exactly what the
Thank
latest
goodness.
is.
Of all the cockamamie things, you're going to say, like, potentially the most intelligent people in the state aren't allowed to do independent research, take all of the information they could find on their own, and speak about it, that they would only have to. It's just such an infringement on America. And, and like freedom of thought, freedom of being able to put together research and to be able to express yourself with what you found, publish things. They were basically outlawing that. It's fucking unbelievable, man.
I've got some screenshots of articles. There was like WAPO articles, and there was some out of California, Washington Post articles, and some out of California. There's the Huffington Post, and there were also medical journals that had headlines similar to, it was something along the lines of, why doing your own research is not a good thing. And it was they were similar to that. And I was, and the hypocrisy, we were talking about the hypocrisy in the judicial system and the double standard. The hypocrisy over the health issues it works as well, because I hear my body, my choice, except for when, we're going to impose medical standards on you. And it aggravates the crap out of me. Your bodily choices and your choices for your children are yours. Your own personal body should be, your rights with your own personal body should be sacrosanct. They shouldn't be able to be questioned.
Agreed.
I don't care what kind of public health scare that they're having. I don't care. I don't care if it's Ebola.
Well, I do. I mean, if it's Ebola, then yeah, that's pretty bad. Hemorrhagic fever like that. Extremely high mortality rate. This is, I think,
like my daughter.
What the surprising thing is that you want to wait for Ebola before you start acting like something's Ebola, if that makes any sense.
Yes, yes, exactly.
It's fucking Ebola.
Treatment to not kill you from Ebola.
Well, okay,
I'm not trying to take away from the seriousness of COVID. It was serious, but some of the things just didn't make any goddamn sense, man.
Well, for example, my daughter, you guys know she's handicapped, right? So last winter, there was a horrible respiratory virus going on around here, locally, regionally.
RSV?
Yeah, and it's something I'm not sure if they vaccinate for it or not, but they informed me that it was going. We travel for therapy because there's no therapy here in our town. There's no PT. There's no physical therapist, occupational therapist, speech therapist here. And so we travel an hour, no matter what medical need that she has. It's at least an hour of travel for any kind of appointment. And they called and they said, we need to confirm that you've been vaccinated and that your daughter's been vaccinated. And I was like, you don't need to, because we're not coming. If there is an actual threat and there are actual kids getting sick, I will just keep her here. And if you're an at-risk individual, for whatever reason, whatever your health issue is, then you have the option to opt out of that, and you don't have to go, and you can mask, and you can vaccinate for yourself. And it's baffling to me how someone who has their children, I had a granny, she was a retired nurse, tell me to keep my diseased kids away from her grandbabies. And I thought that was strange. Doesn't it occur to anybody that if the immunization was effective, it wouldn't matter who else was immunized? I mean, what's the point of it? If it's effective, but it doesn't work unless everybody else has the thing that doesn't work. It's the logic is. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Of course we do.
And it was like, for example, you guys remember back a few decades ago when like SUV tires were coming apart on the road. Was it Firestone or Uniroyal or someone?
Firestone.
Was it Firestone? Okay. And I've talked about this before. I don't know if it was here, but I've talked about this with people before, and the tires were literally coming apart as the family it was SUV tires, and they found out that there were poor manufacturing processes afoot, that quality control had been paid off and quality assurance had not been done, and they were manufactured in a poor and cheap way without any oversight, without any accountability. Now, those families and those people that were in accidents or that had family members die, they were able to sue Firestone for the defective manufacturing processes that they engaged in to save $1 or to make $1, you could say. Now, I want you to imagine that not only was Firestone protected from liability, but the government mandated that everyone had to use Firestone tires on their cars. That's similar to what's going on right now with the vaccines.
But just make sure the car is electric. That's all.
Oh, God.
I don't feel that way with the vaccines. I mean, they're recommending it, but they're not. I feel like it's calmed down certainly quite a bit. This new variant.
Yeah, but we see it coming back around. I mean, you can't help but see it coming back around.
Well,
I see people talking about it. That's about it.
There's places enacting the mask mandates again. There's places talking about requiring vaccination again. There are already places that have enacted the mask mandates again.
It is coming back around, if you want to use that expression. I feel like numbers are increasing. There's a new variant. I feel like it's expected to be endemic at this point. So just do what you have to do to stay healthy. And
yeah, it's everybody. In my opinion, it's everyone's personal choice. It shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. And they're like, oh, well, it's not your choice if you're killing my grandma. Well, go after Cuomo.
We've gone through this like once, and now they've backed off of it. And I'm curious, like for here in North Carolina, how people are gonna, if they try and bring it back again, I'm curious how many people are gonna buck the system this time or go along with it. I'm not really sure how society will react, but I have a feeling there's gonna be a lot more people that just aren't interested. They're just not interested.
Well, here locally, they actually set fire to a lady's home. We had a big stink about it here locally. What happened was no one paid attention to mandates. No one cared about vaccination requirements. And all stores and everything stayed open. For several months this went on. Nobody was essential locally. I'm sure if you had a government job or something and you traveled, but here local in our town and in our local government, nobody paid attention to it for several months. Well, I say several, but for probably 2 months. Then the head of our health department here, which is a very small health department, started threatening businesses and the school and saying that if they didn't comply, that the health department would have them shut down. The schools, the restaurants, just local businesses, if they didn't start seeing compliance with the mask mandates, and with the school with the vaccinations, that they would the health department would shut them down. And so when one night there was a ball game, and when that lady and her family were at the ball game, they burnt her house down and they set fire to the health department. Now, she doesn't live here anymore. She moved off, and no one's intent was to kill. I'm positive. I'm sure there was a couple of individuals who wanted her dead, but in general, I'm sure that no one wanted her or her family dead. But that's what happened here. Now, I can't say that, but you got to remember that the population of this county is like 8,000, 9,000 people. It's not very big.
To answer Steve Wife's question, I don't know of anywhere that actually has mask mandates happening at the moment. Someone else would have to give that. The only thing I know is that there's a court case in, I believe, Washington State, because some school there or some government there is requiring people to get vaccinated in order to work there, and they're at court fighting it because no one else has that mandate.
UK Children's Hospital, I can't speak for the regular hospital, but UK Children's Hospital has enacted mandates for masks again.
I was thinking it'd be more like in New York or something, but that's interesting.
Nothing here, and I know that companies are dealing with it right now, like the biotech industry, which is on top of testing, is picking it up in decent numbers in the Boston area. So it's coming back, and the companies that test for it are finding it. And then all the rest of us are just like, must be allergies. Who gives a fuck? Whatever. Let's go to work. You know, it ain't like you fucking. Like, I mean, except some people like act like they got, you know. Well, sorry.
Like aphid?
No.
Just waiting for him to be
I
like,
mean,
"Bro."
I don't have an option. I had to work, but my family, my son was out of school for a week, and my wife has been down for over a week now.
Yeah, it
Actually,
affects everyone
she's getting all bummed out over it because she's not getting any better.
She will. What she needs is tons of water.
My parents just got hit with COVID again at the beginning of the month when they flew out to the West Coast to see my sister. They got at the airport and they were sick the whole week out there, and then they came back and they were still lethargic. So
it sucks.
I mean, that's the worst case scenarios, like, or not worst case, but those are bad scenarios. Because when I got it was like, okay, what's next? I didn't do much.
That was me.
I had 100. I started out with 103 temperature.
It's good size.
But Aphid, was you the one saying that you had like mono and a bunch of other stuff, or what was it?
I didn't have mono.
My bad.
I had strep
and scarlet fever.
And I went to scarlet fever.
Holy crap! The scarlet fever is bad. That's probably the worst one.
It's just strep with red dots all over your body, really.
Yeah, but that can cause impotency in boys, in males.
Oh,
it can make you sterile. Yeah,
I'm cool
that's
with
the
that.
only one I worried about my son.
Wish I would have known
getting.
that. I would have been promiscuous. You know what I'm saying?
Going around kissing everybody. Who's got the scarlet?
Word in the bathroom is that aphid wasn't particularly potent before that. So.
Oh.
My boys.
We haven't caught the new strain yet, but me and Ellie and Dylan, there's just the three of us. We all had the old COVID when it came around, and the worst thing was the kids. Dylan didn't act like he had anything at all. He was just, I couldn't even tell. His fever was like 99, 100, and he didn't feel sick or look bad even. Ellie, she was a little sick. Her fever got up to 103, but it only lasted 3 days. Now my fever only lasted 3 days, and it wasn't even as virulent or bad feeling as the flu, but I lost my smell for almost a month, after I was no longer sick.
I found out today that I lost my smell. Well, I mean, I can smell some things, but like most things I can't smell, which I didn't even realize until, like it took me 4 days to even realize that I couldn't smell anything.
Did your wife?
That's
it's time to take a shower.
I think that's a dude thing, though. Like,
she gave up on that years ago.
Okay. Never mind.
Like I'm big oriented into my olfactory sense, and I knew the morning I woke up without my smell, I'm like, I can't smell anything anymore. So I knew that the morning I woke up without a sense of smell. But like, I think that's a dude thing, the smell thing. Like, women's are more acute than men's are most of the time. There's exceptions.
I don't know. I mean, for me, I'm very
like a wolf, man. I smell everything. I'm out there like
when you're about to eat food, Steve, do you like sniff everything before you eat it? Just make sure that it's good to go.
I've done the sniffing thing. People have pointed that out to me before. I've petted people's dogs and then smelled my hand, and they're like, "Why'd you smell your hand after petting my dog?"
Different.
Because if your dog's fucking sick, I can smell it on my
There's
hand.
people that bring stuff to me. They're like, "Is this good?" They'll bring like a jar of I don't know, jelly or something. Is this good, Ashley?
My wife
Is this
does,
good?
Yeah. It makes me feel
smell jelly.
I feel like I have a person.
I can't. I tried jelly today. I can't. I could barely smell the strawberry jelly. I couldn't smell the cologne at all. I went to not to be. I know we got a lady in the house, but I went to the bathroom.
I don't care. If you have any kind of conversation with me at all, you'll find out that I'm not particular. I don't care.
Well,
I'll make dirty
out
jokes.
in public, which I usually don't do, but I didn't have that option today. And I was like, oh man, and I was like, oh no, not too bad, And then
what store?
I realized it was a antique mall. I don't know if you guys call them that.
Sure, so it doesn't go into that bathroom.
You blew it up at an antique.
I did. I did. And I was like, oh man, because usually Usually I'm like, oh man, I hope nobody comes in here, you know. But this time I was like, oh man, we're in the clear, you know. And then I got home and I was like, you know,
No,
I have a
you just
feeling
couldn't
that
smell it.
maybe, yeah.
I think I killed somebody.
So I started going through and I had this thing of garlic. I got this thing of chopped up garlic in this little jar, you know, you store bought jar, and I could smell that, you know. But a lot of the stuff I tried, I couldn't smell it at all. And I was like, I know I can smell ketchup, so I tried the ketchup, and I could only smell the vinegar, and I couldn't smell, you know, it didn't smell like
The
ketchup. It just
tomato.
smelled like a thing of vinegar.
Hmm.
It's weird. Like it's like I could only certain smells of certain things come through. It's kind of strange.
Did
And
you
then
know
I
that
went
there
in
are
my
people? There are people that caught it 2 years ago and still haven't gotten their smell back. A
yeah,
small
my
faction.
niece. My
Oh,
niece,
really?
she doesn't have her smell back.
Well, I was talking to my uncle, and he said that may be neurologic issue. Not just your nose, but like that may be a neurology issue
Right,
that goes and
right.
is gone for good. And I'm sitting there
Could
thinking,
be.
so that was affecting my brain when I couldn't smell anymore? Good
It
Lord.
must be the snake venom.
My dad
I'll
lost
say
it
this:
from-
I haven't got a COVID booster or whatever, you know, in a long time. And I would have if it would have kept me from getting as sick as I just did. I would have taken another one.
Yeah, but what I was saying earlier is I think it hit you so hard because of all the other stuff. Your immune system's
Yeah, but
just
that's
been
not true
rocked.
because my son and my wife got it at least as hard as I did, and they weren't
Oh,
sick.
and they've not been sick with
Yep.
anything?
Nope.
You didn't give them the scarlet? What kind of friend are you?
No. And my son
Well,
gave
see,
me the COVID, which he got
they're
it from his
supposed to be.
school.
Yeah,
Which
well,
we
the
should have
scarlet
closed his
fever.
school.
The scarlet fever's now in one of the vaccines. They don't get it usually, like with mumps and with measles and things. The scarlet is supposed to be vaccinated against now.
My question is, in schools now and in daycares, there's always the kid with the nuclear green boogers that were hanging out his nose.
Oh yeah,
Did they at least send that
yeah.
kid home now? Is that part of the policy? Like, bro, you can't be here. You got
Oh, I wish.
all this going on.
I
You
wish.
just gotta go home.
My buddy used to have that, man. Poor kid.
When my son was little, I had like a bunch of rules, and one of the rules is Mom, and I'd make him repeat them. Mama is not a napkin. So like no wiping your nose on me when you walk by and all that stuff kids do. I was like, no, I'm not a napkin. You can't wipe your boogery nose on me.
That's disgusting. Yeah, Topple 215 down the bottom there. That's sus, bro. Show yourself. Give me a wave. You were on the couch earlier. Otherwise, I'm not letting you on. And Topple knows that. And
Let's take. I bet it's Topple. How about you, Aphid Lip?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's Topple. Just let him in.
Well, we've been
Yeah,
playing
who's
by
gonna-
it before.
Topple is a favorite target for fakers.
Yeah, exactly. Who's gonna
I don't know
who's gonna
why.
fake that scumbag?
They all do.
I don't know why.
They think that you're a kindred spirit.
What's up, Topskis?
What's up? How's everybody?
Wait a minute, are we all vaping?
Better than the size of your
I'm
doodle.
smoking. I'm smoking
doodle,
chronic.
yeah.
Smoking chronic, yeah.
Married, don't care
Are you-
anymore.
You've got an actual pipe. Okay.
Yeah, I got a glass pipe, and I was smoking a joint before.
He doesn't
So-
discriminate. He does all of it at the same time.
So Aphid has COVID again? Is that how you lost your hair?
This is the first time I ever got it.
Is that how you
knows it.
lost your hair? Let's not miss that. That was a
He's
good
the
line.
town leper.
What's going on with the hair, dude? I like it. I
The
know. I
lack of.
It
Oh,
looked better with
shit.
his hospital
Oh,
gown.
we
so
lost.
he changed it up.
Well, usually I have a hat on, so you just can't see how bald I am.
Hey, Smokesteve,
Right.
I wanted to
Right,
tell you.
How bald you are.
My girlfriend. I was in New York, and my girlfriend went into. We actually thought we were going into a brew pub, but it was like a dispensary and a pub side by
Nice.
side. Well, I didn't realize. I saw in the window. I saw something. It said something Bud, and I thought, oh, that must be Budweiser. So, and I go in there, and he's like, and they had
Boomer.
business. There were 2 business hour signs. One said open at 1, the other said open at 4. I thought they just hadn't, like, they'd switched times and they didn't take the sign out of the window. And the guy started talking, and he said, what do you want? This or the other place? The other place is not open yet. And I didn't know what he was talking about. Well, you're right here, so you are open. And they finally said something, and I realized this is I looked at some of the stuff around there and realized this was a weed dispensary.
Sorry,
And the-
sir, that's a Wendy's.
And the bud thing said top bud, and that was just another word for marijuana. But anyway, Jennifer got a vape pen
Nice.
there, THC vape.
Hasn't seen
This
her
was
since.
the most complicated thing I have ever seen.
What do you mean?
It's not supposed to be. There's
It
supposed
took
to
him
have
like-
one button.
No, there was one button, but it took like 10 minutes to explain it. First, you've got to click it 5 times to activate it.
Yeah,
Whoa, I've
and
never
it-
heard anything like that.
Continual transfunctioner.
It can't be too slow, but if you do it right, the little light comes on. Then
Was it a
you
medical?
have to.
Wait,
Then you
was
have
it a
to
medical
click it.
dispenser?
Yeah.
Is it some
Then
kind
you
of
have
medical
to.
dispenser?
Well,
Right.
it's a
Yes.
vape pen for THC,
Vaping.
and then
Yeah,
you have
but
to.
is it,
And then
was
you
it
have
a
to.
medical dispenser though?
No, it's
Is
not
it
I
for,
don't know.
for
It's not
medication purposes?
No, it's recreational.
They're
Then you
usually
have to-
more complicated. The medical ones are usually more complicated.
Then you have to click it twice to like start preheating,
What?
Right.
What?
and
Sounds like
and then
James Bond.
and then you have to hold the button in to take in
Wait, I can see
the
that
vape.
because I can see that because you can't keep it. You can't put it in a regular vape. The heat would damage the THC. What was the base? Was it oil or alcohol based?
I have no idea what it was.
Yeah.
Alcohol base.
THC vapes are usually vegetable glycerin.
Yes.
vapes.
Vegetable
Yummy.
glycerin. Okay.
Then he said,
So,
"You
yeah, I
got
could see that.
you got to stand it up vertically. Otherwise, if you put it horizontally, something will leak out or it'll get hot." And
Yeah,
I mean-
this is in the infancy of it. My buddy's a big vape guy, and he presses once, gives it 30 seconds, and then he could start taking drags. I have a vape for vaping flower, which means buds. You break it up and put it in the vape thing. This thing is more
Well,
complicated.
that's cool.
But
Vaporizer.
this is called the PAX 3. The PAX 3 has vibration. So, like, you put your weed in it, then you start it, and then you're holding it like this, and then it buzzes, and it's ready to take a hit, which is, I'm not kidding, when I used to golf a lot more, when you're golfing, you're playing your shot, thing just buzzes in your pocket, it's ready to hit, boom, you hit it. It's that sensory action. But then you get into this mode like you're talking about Last Dance. There's temperatures. All of a sudden, you hold down a button for too long, then the thing's
Yeah.
in temperature mode, and you're like, then all of a sudden you're altering temperatures, but you don't know exactly what you're doing, and you're
Yeah.
not sure how to get back to smoking mode.
it was
Yeah.
so complicated. I honestly couldn't believe it. They make something that complicated.
There's
Wow.
no LCD screen, so it's all a sequence of
Right,
button
right.
pushes with
Yeah.
delays and long presses too for other things.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
This vape pen will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And
The
all
ones
this,
I'm from-
and this was
The one-
disposable too.
Yeah.
Oh,
the ones
God.
I'm familiar with are just they're this long. They look like a cigarette. It doesn't even have a button on it. You just suck on it.
Suck on it,
glows
yeah.
blue, and that's it. That's all
It's
there is.
like
to it. There's
THC?
nothing.
And then you throw it away.
THC?
Yeah. Yeah.
When it comes
Holy
to
crap.
consumerism, I'd like to see
And
like
you can, here,
reusable stuff a little bit more than that.
you can. It's got.
I agree.
You can see the little resin in there. There's nothing in it. Just take the cap off.
From the ones that I've seen in my pocket at the moment, I mean that I've seen.
But Last Dance, you weren't. You left before I could. I had a story to tell you. You know how I occasionally like to use a coupon,
I'm sorry, I gotta
and I
go.
had the.
Are you
I
talking
had
about a tangible coupon?
Yeah,
Paper.
I had the subway. I explained to you the subway problem before, where no subway in my area. These coupons I keep getting for subway in my mail. I cannot use them at any subways in my
Right.
area. So we got one for Pizza Hut. And we usually don't like Pizza Hut, but my wife was really craving Pizza Hut. So they had a deal on the Pizza Hut, and it was like $23, and you got 2 pizzas
One
and a 2-liter of
breadstick.
soda and breadsticks.
Oh.
So I ordered it on the, I called up the number, I ordered it, and it's a call center now. You don't talk to somebody at the local Pizza Hut.
Are you
It's a
talking
call
to someone in
You're
India
kidding.
to order pizza?
Huh?
It could
My
be.
name is
Were
Tom.
they in like India?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know.
Seems
I
like
figured
too
it
much
would be the girl I talked to was going to be in there when I got up there, but she was not
Right.
there.
All right, we
And
want
anyway,
Anti-Flip's got this and this, like yelling it to the pizza guy, like old school style. No, it
So-
ain't like that anymore. I guess.
I got this in my mail. You know, it's a coupon. I went through the whole deal with her, and I go up to pick up the pizza. It was supposed to be $23, and the guy's like looking kind of funny when I hand him the coupon, and he's like, yeah, we don't. I'm gonna have to go through this real quick because we don't honor this coupon, and I didn't want to
You
get
didn't
into an
tell him
argument.
you had the coupon on the phone.
Yes, I told him the coupon and everything. So he goes. So he tells me it's gonna be $47.
Like, you can sit on that pizza, bro.
$47. And I said, look, there's no way I'm paying you $47 for this. I said, I would
It's
not.
called
come
inflation.
What?
I said I would not come here. I would have went if I'm going to have to
One
spend
thing
almost
called-
$50. I'm not going to come to Pizza Hut. So I said, you're going to have to throw this away because if you can't honor this in some way, you're going to throw it away. So he goes, what's that?
Someone's trying to come on.
I don't know.
With that one, we know.
So
Yeah.
so he's like hold on, let me see what I can do. And he got it down to I was like 30 something, like $37. I said I'm sorry, there's no way. I said are you guys really you would rather throw all this food away than honor that coupon? It makes no sense whatsoever. I said I
Like,
got this in my mail. I called the number.
You last danced him down to 37.
No, well, finally, he was real understanding. He was real understanding. About
That's the correct way to say it.
Did he do it? Did he honor it?
Danced him down.
Hold
we'll
on.
say.
He goes, let me try one more thing. He's like, I can act like you're an EMS person and you arrived here physically in an ambulance, and I might be able to come close.
Wait,
And he
what?
got it down to it ended up being after tax like $3 or $4 more than I was supposed to pay for it. So I went ahead and
Take that out of the tip, and then
But you did.
Well, I was picking it up because I don't tip because I order it and then I go up there and I pick
You
it
don't
up.
tip
So I'm not-
on a counter pickup.
Hell no. We went through this before.
whoa,
There's no
whoa.
reason.
But you didn't really want to buy it then. You just
Smokesteve.
after haggling with him, you decided that for $3 or $4 extra, you'd give it.
Well, my wife wanted it, so I knew if I
okay, so
came
you
home
were she
without
was
it-
hungry. Okay.
He couldn't
Yeah.
go home without it, so he either had to pay money at the
Well, I was
hotel.
gonna have to figure
or-
something. I was gonna have to figure something out, because I couldn't just go home empty-handed. I would have had to go somewhere or order from some. I asked him. I said, "Is any of the Pizza Huts in this area going to honor this coupon?" And he said, "Not unless you go to downtown St. Louis. There might be one or two of them in the city, which is like in the hood,
Love it.
first of all, and like
Yeah, dude,
like
I mean,
half an hour away from where I live."
That's just bad business. That's what I would
I
say.
can't believe it. So these
Yeah.
places keep doing it. It's not just Subway. Now it's Pizza Hut, and
I
they
just
give
don't
out these coupons
I don't
for
understand.
no good reason. You can't use them.
So you get a coupon, and that'll make you eat shitty food.
Yes,
Really?
yes. The coupon may be shitty food.
Well, I mean,
No, my wife likes wife likes
If your
thin
wife-
I
crust,
mean, top
pepperoni.
Don't bust
Not
on
all the
them.
time. She would
I
rather
call
have
that-
other pizzas, but
That's
every
drunk
once in a while, a
pizza.
thin crust
What?
pepperoni pizza.
That's
from
drunk pizza to
Pizza
me.
Hut.
Papa Pizza Hut, Papa
No,
Papa
a
Pizza,
frozen pizza in the freezer is drunk pizza.
No, Domino's
Some
is
frozen
true
pizzas,
drunk pizza.
some frozen
I could
pizzas,
open
I
up-
think are better than Pizza Hut pizza.
I could open up the Domino's
I'd
app. I could have
never-
Domino's here in like 5 minutes with like 3
Ugh.
clicks. It sucks. I agree
I
with
wouldn't
you.
do that to myself.
It's
Go
trash.
outside
but
to the grill, throw some burgers on. That's the best drunk food.
Yeah,
don't
make a
think-
fire when you're drunk. That's the best thing you can do.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, but what if you want a pizza instead of a burger?
How drunk are we talking
Pizza
here?
coming. Pizza coming.
Oh, I never
Pizza
get
coming.
stupid. I never get wasted.
Someone needs to take that that phone from Steve.
Oh, that's what I
He
mean.
has too much power.
That's the difference of. Oh, dude, don't get me wrong. I agree with you. Cooking some shit on the grill. Oh, it's fabulous. But the This convenience of pop, boom.
Dude, do you remember when Amazon first came out and they had those push buttons for like laundry detergent and stuff? It was a button in the house that you just put anywhere, and you could like push a button for something, and they'd drop it off at your house.
Brilliant.
But can you imagine like the kids getting in there and be like boop 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 boop, 58 detergent bottles dropped off at your front door.
Yeah.
My dog ordered a porno on cable.
Oh, yeah, you're
raw.
Is that the story?
There was nobody at home at the time. It had to have been. It was Chip.
Oh, I don't know. It must have been Chip.
It was. I swear to God, Chip ordered a porno. I swear to God.
That is the funniest thing ever.
We got it off our bill though.
Did it involve bestiality at all?
Actually, it was
I don't think
all.
so.
Hold on. It was all doggy style.
All right. Crickets. Cue the crickets.
Come on.
Okay, hang
Nobody
on.
else got
Hang on.
that? Yeah, that was pretty goddamn solid, bro.
Hang on, I gotta go back out in the yard.
All right, let's see if this is going to be Riddle.
You guys are hilarious.
Riddle, you there?
Hey, hello. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Riddle. How are you, man?
What's up, guys? I'm good. How are you guys doing? Sorry to just pop in. I just wanted to say hi.
Well, popping in is the best kind of popping.
So their event just
Whatever that
ended.
means.
They were just doing a debate over on Winton's server.
Yeah,
That's
it was
Winston right
surprisingly
there, isn't
interesting. Surprisingly, yeah, there he is.
Hey guys.
Surprisingly,
What were they debating?
Hey, is this G cool or what?
What's up?
G.
I have no idea who.
Space SH. Is that somebody you guys brought over?
Oh, Miss Me. Yeah, Miss Me is cool.
Miss
Yeah,
Me, that's from Drone Tech.
really awesome. Yeah, she's very cool.
All right, who's buffing the floors? What the fuck is that?
What is
I
that?
think that was Winton's mic. He muted it.
That sounds like a vacuum.
That's not like a blender. No, it's a blender, literally.
Oh,
Sounds like a vacuum.
Anyway, so the debate was about whether or not the U.S. Constitution was the greatest document and most influential to date. Basically,
That's a good debate.
It was interesting. Yeah,
See,
surprising.
they know what to talk about over there.
It's proven to be.
Well,
So,
why don't
right?
you go over there then, motherfucker?
Hang on. No, wait.
I mean,
Everybody
I guess-
that just came over from Winton's channel. Everybody already here is sloshed, if not high. So you got to catch up.
Dang, I can't get sloshed. I'm allergic to alcohol.
And I think someone's under 21 here.
I
Yeah.
think Winton's
That's a
the only
good
one
point.
that can't legally drink here. So
I drink. No, I drink regardless.
Whoa! Don't say that online.
No, I mean, hey,
I have the right. I have the right.
Everybody does
allegedly,
it. Everybody does it.
Allegedly,
I drink
allegedly.
water.
It's not allegedly. It's for religious and medical purposes. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Well, the people that are here drink and smoke religiously.
I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish.
So did you have two sides of the debate, or did everybody agree that the
Oh
document
yeah, it was pretty interesting. We did have two sides. We had pretty good rebuttal.
Yeah, we had a guy that was a teenager from Poland in a boarding school in the U.S. He had a very interesting view, didn't he?
Yeah.
Are you
Did you
being
summarize
polite or sincere? Are you saying
Oh.
interesting, like sarcastically?
He
No,
was under the impression that the Universal Document of Human Rights was the best document, and he thought that our Constitution was flawed because it had slavery was included when they first wrote it. He didn't get the point that it's a living amendable document. I don't think he understood. He seemed a little too young to get that point, but he did have a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, as flawed as it was.
It's never going to be finished. That's for sure. It's a amendable, completely living document that it's going to change, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of what made it interesting, you know.
Did you guys come up with anything you thought might be a serious change that we would see on it to come?
Nope.
I mean, considering that he comes from a pretty socialist country, it's just Poland, because he does have a pretty socialist system, mind you. So, I wasn't really surprised with his reasoning, honestly.
Interesting.
No,
So is it?
I would have had a good time if we could have asked him more questions about what it was like at home, but I still think he was a little young to maybe understand all of it.
Well, it's not just that. Aren't they more culturally singular? I mean, the U.S. is a huge melting pot. Isn't Poland more culturally singular? More ethnically singular?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
I kind of
It's
admire
easy-
the government, though.
Well, it's easy to be socialist when everyone has shared values. I mean, communism for America wouldn't work, but for a village or for a small ethnic group is perfect. Everybody's taken care of. The elderly and stuff. When you're in a commune, it's perfect and everyone's taken care of. But when you're in a huge landmass with multiple ethnicities and hugely diverse viewpoints, I don't think it could work out because nobody has shared values.
But as we saw from the communes of the 70s or 60s would eventually fail, because when you are trying to rely on too small of a geographic area, I think you're too dependent on a small area without the ability to extend it. There's that blender.
You're right. One crop failure
Sorry.
could cause a horrible famine and everybody could starve to death, or one illness could come through and wipe out your whole commune.
That's why the strength in a larger area that everybody can support each other, obviously, is going to be more successful. But therein brings conflict, I would say. The bigger you get, the more you're going to have. But,
Well, you have a hard time with quote-unquote utopian communes because of the differences in opinions. Not you either come out with one person leading the whole thing, which then becomes authoritarian, or you become, somebody's not satisfied somewhere, and so there becomes always a schism eventually.
You can't please everyone.
Yeah.
Was the question brought up about the ability we are having now to amend that document and how government is working with that document now, or was it what?
It was.
I mean, for the majority of the debate, they really focused on the fact that we enslave people, which I believe is very ridiculous, honestly. And also,
that's propaganda
rights.
Because there is no nation that didn't have slaves.
Exactly.
Riddle, could you answer my question? Because it sounded like you heard something like that.
Yes, I did hear that. The thing is that this kid kept focusing on, and by the way, it was interesting enough. I don't want to downplay him, but yeah, he basically was too focused on the history as opposed to the current available amendability of it. So he couldn't really grasp that concept for some reason, and that was kind of his deflection.
I don't think he understood.
Well, someone should find him. Someone should find that kid in 20 years and hold him accountable for the things he's saying now, and see how much he's changed in 20 years.
He'll be
so
in
then
Poland.
He can understand.
Yeah, he'll be
well,
in
he can
Poland.
understand
Ashley
context.
is running
then.
for 9th District Judge, just so you all know. Vote for Ashley.
Oh, God. No, I will never be in politics. I'm active in my local politics scene, but no.
Probably the smart move.
I don't want that responsibility.
Oh.
I can't properly execute it. I'd be too biased.
Speaking of being the judge, Riddle, did you have to execute any judgment during your mod time?
I think it was actually so I got there late because my internet was down, right? So I didn't see the first maybe 45 minutes, but the rest of it, the next hour and a half, I suppose. Yeah, I know it was unfortunate, but for the most part, I think it was well enough. Like we didn't have to really do anything. But that one guy that came in that was screaming on drone server was the same guy that came in and
Thanos?
trolled at the very last moment of it. You were there, right?
Thanos came at the beginning, and
Yeah,
he's
Thanos.
the first one who was on stage, and he didn't say anything then, but he took the last minute or the last 30 seconds to troll and decide to use a certain word he's not supposed to use.
Absolutely.
After we were talking about that word, whether or not it was offensive or not.
Mm-hmm.
And Winston was explaining how it wasn't really offensive because he understands the context, and he was giving us the history of the word and the etymology of the word, and then right at the end he said, "Okay, thank you," and then he used it and said goodbye. That was Thanos, which I don't know if he's been on a different.
Yeah, and I got my suspicions that it's actually the same guy, this Poland guy.
Me too. We're on the same page
You think it was
about
the
that. by the
Polish
way.
guy?
I think it was. It sounded just like him.
It did though.
It did. It sounded
He
just like
didn't
him.
sound French. Neither one of them sounded French.
Okay, but first off, you're wrong about that. He absolutely sounded French. And
That's
second off,
Polish.
no, it's not, dude. I'm telling you.
Oh
I'm
Lord.
telling you.
Oh, Frenchies just sound so different. I
I
know
like
sober
them
Elvis
both.
from
In
Canada.
any case, you know what? All that the French thing aside, it did sound like him. It at least sounded like somebody of him, like or maybe his younger
Yeah,
brother or something. But
maybe.
yeah. So either way, he allowed that to happen. So yes, I would put him on a suspect list in your server. And if I see him in Drone
Uh-oh.
server, well, I don't have the authority there,
Yeah,
but I will.
I know him. I know him.
Yeah. Okay. So watch out for that
saw,
one.
I saw Cephas was there. He's an excellent mind. I don't know if he got on stage or not, but I saw him in chat.
Who?
He did get
Cephas,
on for a minute.
the owner of the Nexus.
Oh yeah. I actually joined his server just a few minutes ago. He seemed pretty cool.
He's a good guy.
Beloved
Yeah,
partner,
cool. Yeah.
pretty good guy.
Yeah, he was the one moderating for the first like 40 minutes or so. So I think he did a good job.
Okay, cool.
But yeah. Anyways, that's that.
Who was it earlier in Drone server that was asking for information or something about the debate we had Thursday, and I said how dropping the N-bomb can bring people together? Who was it? Was it Riddle?
No. I think Ashley Havoc said that.
No, I said, yeah, I said that, but was it Riddle that was asking?
Oh, no, I wasn't. No, I definitely didn't ask that.
Yeah, that was Shadyville. I did on the stream. I felt bad because it didn't come through the Discord, at least on my feed. And
Mine
then,
either. I didn't hear it at the time. I had to go back and listen to it later. I had to go back and listen to it to hear it. I didn't hear it at the time.
When I asked Drone about it at the time, he was like, "People who are asking about it are sus," because he's right. Like,
no, I didn't hear it.
No, when you draw attention to something, like by talking about it after it happens, that could draw more attention to it by, like, I guess maybe whoever's watching, the watchers, you know?
Yeah.
So by saying, like, hey, what did they say? What was that? And not just ignoring it, I felt bad. But I legitimately didn't fucking hear anything or see anything. I just saw Drone's reaction and a couple of other guys. Then I just clicked over to the YouTube Edge tab.
I just heard somebody come in and start
rewound it a little bit.
Screaming.
With such convenience. It's such a great app, RW.
Yeah. So I didn't. I honestly didn't hear it either. But I just heard somebody just blowing out the speakers with a bunch of garbage. So I didn't hear that either. But
I just heard the noise. I didn't hear any words.
I do want to. You were running mod in the background for that, Steve. I appreciate it because I didn't realize that I wasn't muting people correctly, and you were like flagging stuff, and I was like, "What? I fixed it. What are you talking about? I fixed it." And you're like, dude, you didn't fix shit. So I appreciate that.
It came through so briefly, but yeah,
I didn't hear any word. I just heard the blah 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 blah.
It sucks. Yeah. There's people who probably have like a whole folder of them bombing YouTube and Twitch channel shows and getting their disgusting racism or porn or whatever foulness they're trying to get onto the internet. And when we let them in, our naivety is our downfall because it's like, hey, it's a person. Boom, click, boom. There's somebody shitting on screen and jerking off at the same time.
Sweet, just what I wanted.
Why do y'all streams, if I may ask, not have that 7-second delay like the normal media does for dump button?
Ask YouTube.
Yeah, why don't they? See? And Twitter.
That's a good question. Does Rumble have that?
Plot twist. They secretly endorse that activity.
Exactly, because it makes them money.
I don't know. That's
a good point, actually.
Yeah. There's also tequila involved, which causes
Steve, you're crazy. You're crazy, Steve.
Tequila worms.
You're crazy, man.
Crazy.
This is
you drank too many worms out the bottle, and they're in your brain now.
This is a pub. I was in a pub a long time ago in San Francisco doing shots with the bartender of tequila, and good bartenders do tequila shots with you. That's me.
This is what I woke up to yesterday. You know, after Pone was in Thursday night, he said
somebody
that there
in a daycare.
Not I. He said there was bees in his brain. They were trying to eat his ears and come out his ears. He got
yes.
What did he smoke?
That does not sound good.
The guy who said there was bees in his brains.
Nothing. He just had a fever. He had fever dreams, hallucinations. He woke up with 103.
Oh, because of the
Friday
worm?
morning. And I guess after the debate, I don't know, his brain was all fried.
Oh,
He doesn't
wait,
do
who is
drugs.
this? Who is this again?
Oh
Pone.
no, Pone came in and did his voice debut for Drone's last section.
On Thursday night,
Yeah,
and
first
They
time
stayed up
I
for
ever
a
saw
week.
him.
sick. He said
I
his
gave him
wife made him get
so.
sick.
Oh man, I gave him so much shit for never ever coming on to actually
Oh, I
speak at
know.
all.
He never does.
That was cool though to
Had to
see and
convince
hear him.
him.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I honestly, because the avatar was like a chick, right? From an anime woman, it seemed
Yeah,
like.
you.
Woman?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
I-
that's a woman. I think
it's
it's from.
Kingdom Hearts. It's Xeon
Yeah,
from
yeah.
Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah,
I
from
thought that was gonna. I always thought that was a woman.
He's
Stupid
not.
of me to see a female in the avatar and to
Hey.
assume that.
Hey, that'd be a very interesting one for me. That'd be a really big surprise, being he's my son.
Oh, there you go.
Really?
That's
Hey,
hilarious.
in this day and age, you don't know, man. I'm telling you.
Pretty sure
Well,
I know. I
no,
changed some diapers.
No, not for you. I mean for everyone else.
Oh, I know,
It's
Not
I
for
kind
you.
an
Of course you
internet-
know.
It's sort of an internet avatar thing. Like if somebody puts up a caricature of a female, you kind of guess that they're female. If someone
Sometimes.
puts up like Conan or something, you're going to be like, "Oh, that's a dude," but it could. It's
Wait,
not
what
a
about
picture
me?
of the person.
Now,
What
see,
about me? What do you think I am when you see my avatar?
You're a rooster illusion.
Yeah, I mean,
a cockadoodle-doo.
I mean,
Sometimes though, now because I'm a gamer, I'm more of the familiar with the girls are guys in real life. So because of the population usually of girl versus guy gamers, most gamers, even if they have female avatars, are still guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to
'Cause
stare
Yeah.
at it
they
for
want to look
400
at
hours.
female
I'd rather
butts
stare at a
instead of
woman.
okay.
yeah,
So
etc.
there's like androgyny, like old 80s hair metal. Like they could be a chick, they could be a dude. I got you.
They're probably
And
almost always dudes.
Hey, listen,
You just assume.
I ain't trying to fool anybody, but I got the big golden locks here.
Yeah, buddy.
She's right. It's mostly male population there when you get into there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm your anti-type, Smoke. I'm your anti-type for hair.
Yeah, that's good though.
It works.
It's like my
Balance it-
husband. He gets
You
rid of the
balance
top
it
half
out
and
with a
keeps the
nice
bottom
beard,
half.
dude.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Oh man, what was it Ellie was watching? There's this little show called Miraculous, the Ladybug Show.
Oh.
Have you guys seen this?
There's no
And
talking, right? It's all CGI.
There's what?
It's go ahead.
There's this show. It's called Miraculous, and it's a ladybug. It's for younger kids, and she was into it for a while. And for the longest time, I thought the male on the show was a little chick. I didn't know that he was supposed to be male, and I
It
was
a
very
ladybug?
embarrassed. No,
Just-
the cat one, the cat
Oh,
guy.
okay.
I thought it was a chick.
Oh. I don't even know the show, but I'm just thinking a
I'm not
ladybug assumes it's a lady.
And man, I watch anime and stuff, so I mean, it fooled me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Drone Tech dropped a review of a game, and he never answered the question. Riddle, did you see that? Was that Starfield that game was talking about?
oh yeah,
Oh yeah. Good question. I'm not sure.
Dude, I hope it's not. That's not fair to me.
What game
don't
was it?
they never said.
You never.
They never
yeah,
said
I
what
don't know.
game.
It's exactly.
I'm gonna look in there now.
I think
But I'm
we
going to
offended-
avoid it.
If it's a Bethesda, then it's got to be because it's the most recent one from them. So
It was
If it's-
Bethesda.
if
Yeah,
then
it was.
he's probably talking about Starfield then.
Oh God.
That's the only game I was looking forward to, Bo.
I don't even know what game that is because I am no good at that stuff.
Well,
Do you
lately,
know what Skyrim
lately-
is?
I know what it is. Never played it.
Okay,
Hey,
well,
by the
Starfield is Skyrim in space.
Okay.
I've gotten away lately though. I've got like when they came out with Fallout 76 and Skyrim and stuff. I've gotten away. I'm still RPG, but I've gotten away from the MMO because I just can't. You just can't function. You can't have anything. You can't like when Fallout 76 came out. I was so excited, and then the way that they mucked around with it and the way it ended up being, it was horrible, and I just quit. I've not
Dude.
played it.
My family just visited, and we were going to play Minecraft on the Xbox. And instead of playing Minecraft, I watched the damn Xbox update for an hour and a half, And
Oh,
mine
God.
for half an hour, I was like, I'm going to sell this and get rid of it and just get an old Super Nintendo and plug this shit in and play next time. I can't do it anymore.
I'm telling
Hey,
you,
that's the way to go.
Every time.
GameCube has some awesome games. The Nintendo GameCube, we still got one of those, and the little discs, the little bitty discs,
Wow.
Yeah.
and we still play that here sometimes.
I'm so not on a console at all.
Well, now there are certain games like Skyrim and Fallout and Minecraft. They need to be done on PC. There are certain games that are better on PC.
Yeah, I'm only on PC, and I'm only with the 1 gig download, like fiber connection, because we can't handle the slow connections anymore.
No,
I can't do it. I'm spoiled.
You're good, Riddle. Yeah. I like the controllers. I like the feel of controllers, the dual axis. I'd rather do that than use a mouse and a keyboard just for the feel of it. So
I used to.
I don't. I
spoiled
feel
lately,
better
I
on a
don't.
keyboard with the mouse. I feel like I have more control and there's more commands and there's more
customizable.
things that I can do.
Yeah. It's more, as long as you can customize your settings and put your key bindings the way you want. Yeah, definitely.
Right. I mean, and
It
you
does-
can do the configuration of your controller too, but it's just not as comprehensive, it doesn't seem.
It does depend on the game, though.
That's true.
It just depends. But I would say, like Bethesda games for sure, you need a mouse and keyboard. They're the best ones on that.
Man, me and my son still play Oblivion on the PC. We still play Oblivion.
No.
yeah. GoldenEye 64, baby.
Oh, God.
Man, what? No way, dude.
I'm controller number
Bullshit.
one. If I ever play against, I call controller number one if I ever play against anyone.
All right, I'm on
Just
job.
immediately.
Odd
There's a
job.
Occasionally,
Question for
I
Pone
watch.
Steak.
If you watch YouTube, there's a channel called LA Beast. On occasion, he'll do GoldenEye and try to beat it on a live stream. It's fascinating. He's very entertaining.
Like on the hard setting or just like period?
I don't know. He fucking fails every time, bro. It's more about him just talking and him reacting to getting killed. It's more of a. You're not watching we've all watched.
You're watching for the reaction. His reaction is what makes you
I'm
watch.
not like I'll put on Super Mario, win in 8 minutes or something when I want to see someone destroy a game and they run through the whole thing. Something you played as a kid for years and years, and it was so hard to beat. You watch somebody kill it. That's not what the LA Beast streams are for. His are more like just for, like this. He's talking crap, having some beers, playing a video game. I don't play games, but that's the more fun side, I think, of the gaming. Maybe because I'm not a big gamer, but I like to watch people play. But I more like to watch them chat and play, not just.
So you like
Not
watching
just-
Twitch streams?
Not really, no.
Because they play, and then you watch the chat.
No, I'm more. It's more just LA Beast. I'm on LA Beast.
I've never been on Twitch.
Twitch
I
is
like to
fun as
watch
hell.
Twitch streams.
LA Beast. Is that the guy that does food challenges and stuff?
Yeah. Kev.
that guy's crazy, dude. That's
I like watching
hilarious.
food eater people. They're fun.
he did
Ew.
some crazy stuff.
Mukbang? No.
No. Eating giant portions.
Well,
how
LA
do you
Beast
eat, like,
tried to.
five-
Oh, you're talking about like mukbang kind of thing.
No.
You're talking about a mukbang.
No, I'm talking about people that eat giant portions that take the
Yeah,
food
yeah.
challenges. Like, who's going to eat this 20-pound, bucket
American-
tacos in 30, minutes?
Like
Holy
Matt,
cow.
Matt Stoney's one, this little Asian
Yeah.
kid. He can eat like 20 Big Macs in like 10, 12
Now let's
minutes.
see. He's in the top 10. The one that's currently the top is Molly something or other. She's super skinny and
I
she
know
eats
her.
a crap ton.
Yeah, I know her.
Gosh, she can eat a lot.
Yeah.
Why is it
She's
always
not
the
a
smallest?
vegan.
It's always the smallest people that are able to eat the most. It's crazy.
No, I don't know
Well,
what
the
she
world
does with it.
champion
She's-
is Joey Chestnuts. He's
Yeah.
a fucking big dog, dude.
It
Yeah.
must go like right through their sphincter and their gut, straight into their colon. Like that, they're eating like 100 hot dogs. This stuff's skipping their stomach.
Well,
77
It goes straight to the
and
butthole. Then.
77 buns, bro.
I most recently just watched that the the DC thing, and for July 4th, I think it was the hot dog eating or the hamburger eating thing. They do like
the hot dog one is in
the
Coney
Z-Burger.
Island.
Okay, it was Z-Burger. It was for burgers, and it was in DC. I think it was a 4th of July one, and the top 5 people ate like 30 hot dogs almost.
30's
or
nothing.
hamburgers, not hot dogs, hamburgers.
Hamburgers,
Clean
that's-
hamburgers,
that's-
30-some hamburgers in
If
10
I eat
minutes.
3, I'm in
10
pain.
minutes. I mean, geez, you know, these Z burgers or whatever it is. It was interesting. Molly, whatever Facebook did like 36 or something like that.
Yeah,
So it was
I know what
crazy.
you're talking about.
Barfing all that stuff up afterwards, man. That's gross.
Yeah. I don't know. No, they have to hold it and sit there for like 5 extra minutes to make sure it all doesn't come back up. That's part of the rules.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's an American. I don't know if it's an American thing, but it is.
It's got to be American.
Z Burger was in DC, so it's definitely American.
No, but I mean like this phenomenon of watching people gorge themselves on foods. Like,
Well,
why
man,
are we
food.
drawn to it? It is somewhat entertaining.
I
It
don't.
is, 'cause
I
it's
find
like
it
you
disgusting.
run
I never could stand it.
I'm
See,
not
I
drunk.
like it because a
I'm
lot of
with
times
you.
it shows me places that people would eat. I'd eat like 2 bites of it, and but if they're talking about the food's tasty, not just smash it all in their face and swallow it.
There's no
Right.
way that top shelf hot dogs.
I'll tell you this
Not hot
much,
dogs.
okay?
I'm talking about the
I mean,
hot
for me, it's like a car accident. It's so hideous.
But do you look at car accidents?
And some people see
Yeah.
a car accident and they stop
good
and
point.
watch it.
Okay, and then it's worse than a car accident
I think
for me.
I think what it's I think
It's
the
like pimple
interest there,
popping, okay?
it's very
Some people
possible.
love that.
Ugh, that's gross. I
Yeah,
think
but
it's
some people love it.
okay.
God.
Well, all right. Anyways,
Gross.
so I think the interest might be like what the human body can take. I think people are interested in like what we can actually
Sure.
do. I mean, in a weird
I
way,
would love
also.
to see 24 hours after that video. I would
Yeah.
love to see.
Oh
what
yeah.
That
for
should
that.
be
Yeah.
that'll be a whole.
How are they going to look like? How's it going to look like? With their stomach's going to get bigger if they're sitting down and they get up and like you can just see that 15 pounds of food.
How many
How are they going
times
to put
they take a
15
shit?
pounds of food down
out their
inside their
ass.
stomach?
I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it's going to be looking like later, and we don't need to talk about it.
Oh
But
my god. Oh, dude.
you don't want to be downstream of that person. Let's just put it that way.
We're not just breaking records. Let's say that.
But,
Exactly.
you know, like when they do all you can eat, it's just interesting to see how much someone can eat. It's amazing. Like feat of strength.
What? Who's that guy from Mukbang that's basically killing himself? He started out pretty average, and now he's like hundreds of pounds. And
That is.
I don't know if he's still going, but it looks like he's going to kill himself.
Oh, that dude and his girlfriend.
They shouldn't do that.
I'm not sure if there's a significant other in this, but I do remember him.
From what? What is he from?
He does mukbang videos where they just slurp food, like it's like an.
I never heard of mukbang.
ASMR for noodles, you mean?
I don't
Like
see how that's
ASMR
ASMR. To
noodles.
me, ASMR is like a nice sound, like someone like taking a comb and going, not dude slurping spaghetti all over his mouth. It's like that's not.
Ramen noodles. Ew, that's gross. Now, see, that doesn't sound right.
Oh, you're gonna do it, aren't you, Steve?
Oh man.
Dude, I can play a YouTuber, right?
I don't know. I say go for it, but I don't know if it's.
Yeah,
gonna be
yeah.
good.
Oh, you know what? If they cancel me, I don't know.
Avocado. Nicado avocado. Is it
That
Nicado
sounds right.
avocado?
Sounds right.
Is that big enough, or should I make it fuller screen?
Well, bigger the better. I can't tell you whether it's big enough.
Big enough hot dog size for me.
All right,
Oh,
so
thanks,
like,
buddy. Now it's better.
This is him. He's gonna like attempt to inhale 15 hot dogs. I just want to show you him inhale one. He actually does it, and he's never done it before. And this is an incredible choking hazard. He
Is
does
this-
like
Who's this?
Is this a promo for his university? Like
no,
what
this
goes-
is LA Beast, bro.
Oh,
This is
okay,
in
your
the
guy.
early days of LA Beast.
I am the LA Beast, and I really hope that my EMT roommate truly knows the Heimlich maneuver.
Oh, he's not even eating them with buns.
It's gonna
Have
inhale.
yourself a good day.
Oh.
Holy shit, I did it, dude. Okay.
Yeah, we know what he's doing at his frat parties.
Oh boy.
Yeah, really. Oh,
Slob some dog.
oh my god.
You gotta chew it first. Oh my god.
All right.
Oh my.
You're after that one. You might have to break out that rum, dude.
That was I was actually gagging in sympathy with him. It was just horrible.
Dude, he inhales too. They go down without a chew. What the fuck? Did you even know you could do that? It's disgusting.
I don't want to know I can do that. I refuse to know.
Nothing
anything.
surprises me.
I think that guy is one of the funniest YouTubers out there. And that video, I don't get grossed out by it, but I know a lot of people do.
Those things probably came out the same way.
Oh, he shows that at the end.
Oh,
They
great.
all come up full, bro. It's
Oh
disgusting.
no, we don't want to see that. That's nasty.
You guys were talking about.
I mean,
like, you
isn't
said-
there an
you said
issue
earlier-
of intestinal blockage? Isn't this a possibility?
Yeah, especially
You
if you
guys were
throw up,
talking
like
earlier
what,
about-
they can't come back out.
Exactly.
And like as a parent, like we were always told, like if you're gonna give your kid hot dog, cut it down the middle first, and cut it so it's not a circle that can block their throat.
Oh my
Right.
A little
god!
circle. And now this guy's inhaling the whole fucking thing. Like if that thing stops, just decides, I'll lodge myself here next to his esophagus. Isn't that it? I mean, it's not gonna go anywhere. Fucking,
I
he's
think that would
done.
be a Darwin Award. I think that would be considered a Darwin Award.
I agree. That would be Darwin.
But that's Kev, the LA Beast. He's the man. And you'll see me commenting to him on Twitter.
I'm
He's a
glad
good
that
dude.
this gentleman impresses you so. I'm not sure I would continue on to the next video from that one.
Yeah. I could barely stand those 10 seconds.
Telling you,
Who
there's
was
a
it in the
there's
chat
a-
earlier that
there's
was
a
talking
love
about they
for
didn't
him,
want to
bro.
say anything because who was it was saying they didn't want to say anything because there was blood here? Which one of you was that was talking about like farting in the store or something? Who was
It
it?
was
You're
Aphid.
breaking up. Get out of the room with the special paint, Ashley. We're losing you. Get out into the open air. Get with the crickets, girl.
Hmm?
Can you hear
They
me
never
now?
checked that video, part of
Yeah,
that
you're
video on, like the last part of it.
What was it now?
She
I'll
wants
put
to
a
watch him
link.
chuck.
No. I was going to show you the video at the very, but you got to get to the end of it. Like skip forward to the last couple minutes or whatever
He's still inhaling hot dogs.
of the hamburger competition.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good, Ashley.
Okay. Who was talking earlier about inappropriate jokes with the lady in the chat?
That was Aphid.
Was it Aphid?
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
It
it
was.
was. It was Aphid.
Okay, I'm sitting here going, don't worry about offending me, because I'm the one who usually makes the inappropriate joke. When he put that up on the screen and I'm watching that dude, I'm like, oh, we know what he's doing at his frat parties. And then the next thing I wanted to say was amateur. And I was like, I'm the one making the inappropriate jokes. You're not going to offend me, man.
I would have had
I'm
all those hot
awful.
dogs down in 5 seconds. Get them off the stage.
How do
I'm
you
telling
put the
you, it-
video in there.
I don't know how he did that.
Oh, I don't know how to put a video up. Well, I can't.
I
I'm
was
not.
trying to
You're
put a
not able
picture
to
in
do it. Have to
earlier.
Steve or dance.
Okay. Someone else do it then. Put that
Do
in the
what
video.
now?
Guys, I put a link in there if you want to look at the end of the video. I don't know how to share that. Let's just share the link in the chat.
I wish we could put pictures in the chat.
It was the link for the Z Burger contest.
You could put a link to the picture.
I put a link.
That was
to
my
the
own
video.
personal photo.
Well, you'd have to
Man,
find a way to put it on the
I
internet.
got it. I got the link.
Imgrid or something.
Okay, if you read the very last little bit of the competition, I just want to see the final number. I wasn't sure. That was for Molly Schuyler. That you said that person that eats like the most of the whole, some kind of competitive eating people. She's not so
Schuler.
gross though. Yeah, Schuyler.
Schuler.
I think she calls her Schuyler, but I don't know. Don't care.
Could be. She looks tiny.
Yeah. She's putting those hot dogs down, or hamburgers, I mean, just all over the place.
That's what I said
Hot
earlier,
dogs
Miss
is
Me. I
like,
bet she used to be vegan. I have a cousin who can put food away like that, and the reason why she can is because she used to be vegan. They'll sit down and eat a huge, I mean, like, I don't know how to explain to you, as big as a tire, a car tire's worth of vegetables. They'll sit and eat, and their bellies are distended, and it's
Is that a
amazing.
pregnant
But
retire?
She said here she swallows her food whole normally.
Now we're at 32
Wow, 32. Yeah.
and going up. But this guy's at 29. Solid showing for the dude.
Yeah, the top three. We're all three like 27,
30
29,
seconds.
and
She's got 30
yeah.
seconds. She's at 33. She gonna get the fourth one done?
Yeah.
34th?
I wonder what people in countries that are like having famine and starving think about these videos.
Oh.
They don't have internet.
Probably they can't watch them.
They do have.
They can't watch.
They will soon. Starlink.
Yeah.
They'll sell their computer
Look,
for
she
a
got it in.
morsel
She
of
got
food.
it
Yeah.
in. 34.
Look at
Damn.
number 2 and number 3 if it says who they are.
Look at her.
Look,
She's
the
gagging.
dude got up to 32.
Uh-huh.
Damn, they're savage though.
34, 32. That was Killer Kennedy, I think.
Okay,
And
still
then the
got
guy
three
on the other
left.
side of her hit 29, I think.
Dude, she's green. She's gagging it.
Yeah, she's gonna.
Oh, 27.
Oh no, I want to see her gag it up.
But
You
you
want
know,
to see
they
34
got
burgers coming out?
they got like $2,000 for a prize on that one, so they got a lot of cash on that.
Yeah,
Like
for
third
hospital.
place. Yeah. It was just interesting. I think I watch some of those people sometimes because they're fun.
Like, how do you get into those competitions? Like, hey, bro, you want to do a paintball competition? You're like, no, I'm just gonna eat a bunch of burgers. I don't get it. I don't see how that triggers in your
The
brain.
number 3 person in that group is the one I watch most of the time because it comes up on my feeds a lot, and he's a Canadian.
Are they the ones that named it feeds?
No, but they're the ones that go in and they do all you can eat this and that, and it's kind of fun. And they usually do it to get the meal for free or to get a T-shirt. And that's
Dance,
not
are you
all
gonna
they
make
do
it,
it
bro? It
for.
looks like you're almost asleep there, buddy.
Who?
Dance. He's got about 1.5 millimeters of open eye.
Nah, that's normal. That's
it's open. Yeah, this is where I'm usually just hanging on, but I'm good.
This is my zone.
I'm good.
You hungry for a hamburger now?
All I'm happy is that there are other people to take the chat and the conversation, and I could just enjoy.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah,
Well,
I kind of
more
feel
mukbang.
a little bad for earlier because I know you guys were in the middle of a chat and we just kind of took that over a little bit.
They were
I don't
talking
think
about
it
pizza
disrupted
coupons,
anything.
I think. So, I mean, I don't know how. It was a Pizza Hut coupon that nobody wanted to honor. I heard.
Something
Is that what
like
happened?
that.
Yeah, I mean, all these coupons say, they have weasel words at the bottom, like,
Where accepted.
qualifying stores only, where accepted. So
Yeah.
basically, you can get a coupon and it's not actually accepted at any place near where you live.
And what
Yeah.
he's saying is when he called Pizza Hut, it was a call center, and he
Uh-huh.
had it all worked out with the call center. Then he showed up to the brick and mortar building, and they're like, no,
Yeah.
it's not 24, it's $42.
Yeah, I had one of the place like that it has an app, and on the app it says, you get a free reward, like a free birthday meal, right?
Yeah.
And I took it to the store that was closest to me, and the store on there says, rewards. It has 3 things posted on the window, on the counter, and behind the counter. And it says, use our app, get free, get this and that. And so I took it and I showed the lady the thing on my phone. She goes, "We don't take those here." I'm like, "But it's right there next to you." Well, that's a mistake. Well, but you're
Well, then
sitting
get
right
rid of it. Get rid of the
False
mistake.
advertisement.
I
That's
said-
on them,
she
dude.
goes, she goes, I don't want to do that. And I said, well, let me have your manager. Oh, she's overseas on vacation right now. I'm like, really?
Yeah, that's all the time
And then-
because it's not owned by an American.
And then I'm like,
Overseas? Come on.
they were
Oh,
ridiculous,
God, yeah,
man.
really.
They were lying. The lady was lying to me. And then, so I actually drove 8 miles out of my way to a different location that honored it. But I mean, it's insane that they can do that. And I never have gone back to that. When they lost my like $200 a month business now, I'll go elsewhere and get it.
What was this
That one location.
again?
It was a Happy Teriyaki.
Never heard of it.
No, it's
Yeah,
a
I'm not
local
familiar.
Northwest. It's local for
Okay.
the Northwest chain. It's Washington and
Okay.
Idaho. But
With
I mean,
a large spread or a simple menu?
yeah, it's an Asian. It has like bowls of beef and different kinds of teriyaki and rice and
Yeah.
noodles and stuff. It's pretty decent size as far as for me. It's really good. But I can't understand why this one chick didn't want to take the thing. Either she didn't know how to handle it, or she was just being a
Well,
real,
Obviously, she was lying,
Right.
but the
she was
question
being
is,
stupid.
did her boss put her up to lying or not?
I don't know. Her boss wasn't there apparently, and then the
Probably
people in
wasn't.
line behind her or behind me were like calling me a Karen. I'm like, excuse me?
Right.
No, this is false advertising and it's
Wait,
bull
they-
crap.
They literally called you a Karen while you're
They
standing in line.
literally did while I was standing in line. They said, "Oh, don't worry, she's just being a Karen" to the girl behind the counter.
Were they
Boy,
younger?
that would make me so
They were
angry. I would lose it.
They were a bearded man and his wife, probably in their mid-30s.
Did you say a bearded lady?
No, I said a bearded man and his wife. Maybe she was bearded. I don't know. I didn't look at her that closely.
Check
But
again
they were
next
just being,
week.
like,
Well,
nasty,
nowadays.
and I'm just like, dude.
You have to look
Like,
at the beard and then
really?
look down, and then be like,
That
okay.
is bullshit. I'd be pissed too. It is
Gotta-
false advertisement just because.
Absolutely. It's
So I
just-
just figured, it's their loss. They just don't get my money.
Have you
Yeah,
guys
wow.
ever been to a cookout, a fast food joint called Cookout?
No.
Never heard of it.
No, is that a West Coast or East Coast thing, or is that like a?
It's the South. I don't know if it's. I don't know where it is besides North Carolina. I thought maybe it'd be in Kentucky or something.
I've never heard of it. Must be maybe East Coast. Is it popular over there? Or?
Southeast?
I mean, everyone in North Carolina loves it, but when you come down to it, their menu is so massive. And all they do is, like, if you just buy a burger, they literally just give you a burger and a bun. So you have to know what you're doing. And you get to the drive-through, and they're like pressuring you to like hurry up, and you're just like,
I'm
and
still
there's, like,
reading.
Tell them what you want to put on it and
That's right,
everything. Oh,
sorry.
wow.
yeah.
See,
So
I
you
like
just like
to order online and pay in advance and then send someone else to pick it up.
Yeah, really.
I mean,
That's like
yeah,
the
that,
only-
but the experience ruined it for me, so I'll never go back. It was just like I've never been to a fast food place. I was like, hurry the fuck up, man. What do you want? And you're like, nothing. See you later.
Oh wow!
You've never been to New York City?
Not to buy food,
They were
no.
nice to us as a tourist when I was a kid, but that was a long time ago.
Isn't there some places where they actually intentionally treat the customer like shit as part of their
There is
shtick,
one.
You know, like
Like
I
a
think I heard
50
that in
diner.
Vegas.
Something
50
cafe.
diner.
Maybe it's the Karen Cafe or something like that. I don't know what it is.
Whatever.
Karen Cafe.
It is something. It's a such and such cafe, and they intent part of their shtick is treating the customer like crap.
Yeah, what's it called? I could have sworn that was in like Vegas or something. Maybe it's somewhere else also, but
I think it's
Yeah.
called S&M Burgers.
Let me see. Let's look it up.
F and U burgers.
Let's see.
No,
let's look it up.
S&M Burgers.
Oh, S and M
No.
burgers.
I wasn't
S&M
in New
Burger?
York, but I was in Princeton, New Jersey, and there was a pizza place there. And probably the only reason we went was because they were so rude. We just had to, just for the spectacle of it, we would go back.
Restaurants where they're intentionally rude to you. They're paid to be rude to you.
They weren't intentionally
Isn't it like a
rude. It
50s
was-
style cafe? The Rude Place, isn't it a 50s style? They
Yeah,
got like
Ed
a 50s
Bevick's.
theme.
That's what I
It says
thought. Actually,
Ed-
yeah.
Ed
Pretty sure
Bevick's.
that's what it is.
Where is where's
I'll
this
look it up. I might as well. Why not?
Yeah. It
Hey,
says
Miss
short
Me.
list. Yeah.
Miss Me, are you Gen X?
Yes. Sort
Hey
of.
there,
barely.
Mr.
Okay.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
Barely.
If they knew us, they would
Wave.
call us Heather, not Karen.
Hiya.
Exactly.
All right, Mr. Kelsey. Good to see you, buddy.
See.
Yeah, good to see
Hey,
you.
if Kelsey's leaving, have a good one, dude. I'm not on screen.
This says eldest gentleman as granddad. They get a side of ass. Let me see.
A side
Well,
of ass.
Ed Bevick's, but that's not the one I heard of. That's not the same. It's not familiar to me. It's this cafe where they treat people like rude. 5 restaurants that pride themselves on being total dicks to their customers. Pardon my language there.
The Australian-based restaurant chain Karen's Diner,
That's the one that I heard. It was like that. Told you.
and it's also 50s. They're dressed like 50s.
There's
And
one called the
Australians
Wiener
do
Circle.
a really good job at that because they can be pretty brutal and
Yeah.
they don't pull the punches.
Oh, you know what,
In
dude?
Chicago, the Wiener Circle, they said they don't ask what you want to order. They go, what the bleep do you want, bleep?
Yeah, the okay, so the one from Vegas I'm talking about is called Dick's Last Resort.
Yep.
I like that so far.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
that's the
it
Vegas
says in
one.
the mat they show on here says, "Nah, I ain't looking up your dress, not me." On the mat on the floor. That's hilarious. It
My
says they have
dad,
Southwestern comfort food.
my
they
dad
throw
was a
paper.
scuba diver when he was young, and he went to California diving schools for all that stuff. And he had a shirt that he always kept in his office, and the shirt was a really beautiful girl diving and another guy, and the diving club was called Big Dicks, and their saying was "Big Dicks Go Deeper." And I was so young seeing the shirt, and my mom hated this thing. Like she tried to get rid of it all the time.
Shoot.
Burned in my mind.
How?
Yeah. That's gross.
I mean, were you young enough to know what it meant? I mean, old enough to know what it meant.
I was not in the beginning. No, I just thought it was a pretty lady. You know, and then later on, I was like, I saw the massive scuba diving guy. You know, I'm like, oh.
Uh-oh. I don't know. Oh, here's one called Wong Ki in London. It's a Chinese palace. There's cheap food and free tea, and they have they throw your menu at you, throw your bill at you, and talk about you in Chinese.
Do you guys have any Asian buffets around you that look like you'd die from food poisoning if you went inside and ate at them?
We had one, and
Yeah,
it's no
like-
longer, thankfully. And then we have a couple that are really good. Well,
I mean,
they're
it's not
good
hard
enough
to
for
find.
here. They're good enough for here.
Mine's literally called Asian Buffet, and it looks like a place that launders money. It's run down, and all the locals are like, oh, the food's so good. I'm like, you haven't traveled outside of this town. How do you know what you're talking about?
Yeah, you know what's funny? Most of the time, those guys like that, they start out good when they first come, and then they get like lazy, and then they start importing people into the back room, and you think they're eating your leftovers off your plates because they import the students
I
from
feel
China
bad for
directly.
them.
Well, see that
They
the
do,
way
and it's true though. They do.
those
They
places
bring
that they're cleaned once when they first open. And
Yeah, and then after
then
that,
that's it.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like that, and it's hard to find when they stay maintained because people still go there because it's the only place in town. But they eventually fail when they're that dirty. We have one that's actually a chain. It's just called City Buffet, and it's and there's another one that's been around for probably 25 years, and that's okay.
What about Waffle House? I've never been to
Nope.
one, but they're always praised.
Only there in the south and the southeast. I've never
I mean,
seen
I-
one. Never been in them.
They're-
Waffle House is the church of the Southerner.
I'll say that they're
like Denny's for you guys,
And
right?
they have a
It's-
nice vibe.
no.
I'll say.
Okay.
Well, it's called
I thought it was
we
the
call it
Octagon.
Awful Waffle. It's called
That was the
Awful
Octagon, the
Waffle.
Southern.
Last Dance, as a veggie head, what's your go-to order at Waffle House?
I just get the home fries. They put it on the grill, and
I don't know.
You don't get breakfast food? You gotta get breakfast food.
they get. There's only one. I have to go like 50 miles to get to one, but
Oh, I wouldn't do it then. It's not worth
So
it.
that's
no,
it.
I
Fried-
never do.
Fried
I'll go-
potatoes with vegetables, that's your pick?
But I sometimes go. Yeah, I sometimes.
Vegetables at Waffle
Sometimes when I'm traveling, we pass by them.
Not really.
How are
Not
their
really.
biscuits and gravy?
I
That's a
never
South
had them.
thing.
Awesome. They do have
Last
awesome. But
Last
their
Dance
breakfast
does
food.
not eat
Their
meat, does not eat meat. That's why I was asking.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
How is it compared to like a
Sorry,
Cracker
man.
Barrel or something? Because I've only been to that place only once
Cracker Barrel
Okay.
is a much bigger production.
for food.
It is. It's but the food doesn't taste as good at a Cracker Barrel, even though it's more of an experience.
I've only been there exactly once. We have them around here, but the Waffle House, the only one I ever saw that I was close to was in Arkansas, and the relatives that I had over there I was visiting said that location was nothing but flies, so I didn't go.
Ooh, flies.
They said it was a bad one.
That's not the same everywhere. I mean,
No,
there are
their
Waffle
local one
Houses
was-
that are bad.
Yeah, their local one was bad.
I gotta go back. Last Dance, we were talking about lab-grown meat when I first met you.
Oh,
Rob.
I don't want to go over that.
And you were
again.
like, "I'll eat that," and I'm like, "Wait
I
a second,
will.
you eat meat?"
Oh, for sure.
Can you
I'll eat that.
tell?
Okay. Can I just before we change subject? Can I just say that for an online British person, Waffle House just looks like a battleground.
Yeah, it does.
Well, because
It
you
is.
will,
It
because
is a
those are the only videos you see of.
It's a
Those are the
TikTok, right?
fights.
Yeah.
Talking about them.
Yeah, nobody's posting pictures of people eating
Eating at
waffles
Waffle House.
peacefully. It's all fights and fucking.
Here's the deal.
But the reason,
Any place that's open 24 hours
yes,
or late
yes.
at night, you get all the drunks coming in and they'll
Yes.
fight.
In the north, it was Denny's.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's
when you
Denny's.
say
You're exactly
Waffle
right.
House, when you say Waffle House, all I see in my memory is fucking battleground.
People throwing chairs at people, right?
Well, they
Yeah.
focus us down, so
Yeah.
In the daytime, though, it's not like that. The Waffle House only gets like that because it's open 24/7.
Exactly.
And you get all the drunks, and it's the only place open. It's the only game in town a lot of times that's open in the middle, like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's
We-
that's
Everybody gets
exactly
out of the
right.
bar. They go to Waffle House.
Right.
Now, see what's funny?
Yeah,
we
well,
had Denny's
yeah,
all
but-
over the place, but we never saw those things going on in there.
Yeah, well, I'm just
They
saying,
didn't
as a
allow it.
British person, the
The
only
Denny's
thing
here
I
aren't
ever
open
seen
24
about
hours.
Waffle House is
Not
fire
Ours used to be.
underground.
They're not now after pandemic, but they used to be.
The storm chasers actually look up Waffle House closures to see how bad a storm is going to be. Because
Yeah,
apparently they
that's
only
true.
close if it's like a certain category storm. That's
Holy
insane.
tamale. So it's
That's
really a
true.
thing there. Then you got a whole establishment of culture in the Waffle House.
If everything is closed, you can
Cultural
go to the
thing.
Waffle House.
Wow.
I don't know. I feel like the workers aren't paid enough for that type of management decision from executive orders. They're like,
I
well,
mean,
people may die, but we're making waffle boys.
There was another place that used to be kind of associated with kind of like traveling and rural. I think it was called Stuckey's, maybe, but
Stuckey's in the Northeast?
Well, this was in the Midwest that I'm thinking of.
Well, there's Bucky's,
I've heard of
which is
Buc-ee's.
BECEES or
Yeah,
BCCES.
I want to say it's
That's like a
Stuckey's. Oh, it doesn't sound good, does it? Stuckey's.
That sounds
No.
about right.
There's the sticker, and then there's the Stuckey, I guess. But
No,
sounds like
I think it's
Buc-ee's.
another name I'm thinking of. Hold on a second.
okay,
Was it a beaver?
I don't remember. They've mostly disappeared, or they're all gone by now.
They had Big Boys at one time. Bob's Big Boys everywhere.
Oh, I remember
Frisch's-
Bob's Big Boy.
Yeah, Frisch's Big Boys was good too.
Well, they used to
Miss
be
Bob's
Marriott owned back when, back
Yeah.
when I used to work for them in the 80s. But
They were from Marriott.
Marriott owned them in the 80s. They owned parts of them. They sold some of it. It was A&W first, and then Marriott and the other stuff. But this is years ago.
I saw up in when I was in New York recently, upstate New York. I saw an A&W root beer shop.
Yeah, it started. You know, A&W started in 1905 with 1 5-cent root beer.
I thought they were all gone.
A
But
root beer stand. Oh, they're all over.
No,
here
no,
on the West
we have
Coast
an
here.
A&W within driving distance of me, but guess what restaurant they're paired with?
KFC.
No, it's
Long
worse.
John
It's way
Silver's.
worse.
Long John
Yes,
Silver's.
Long John
Yeah.
Silver's, a
Because
fish
they're all
place.
together. All three are
Ew,
together.
It's disgusting.
If you have a KFC within a certain mileage space, they'll put the fish place in instead. They don't have the Long John Silver's out on the West Coast where I was before. But this one, KFC and Pizza Hut were Yum Brands for a while and a huge franchise.
Yum Brands, that's right. What are they now?
Well, Yum Brands still owns a lot of the Pizza Huts,
Uh-huh.
but they don't have the Frito-Lays because it used to be Frito-Lay that used to own the Pizza Huts and the KFCs. And then they
Yeah,
sold them
Frito
to
used to
Yum.
have the Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
I used to work there too as a manager, so I know all that time frame. Back in
You
the
guys
early
remember-
90s.
Remember the Friendly's clown ice cream cone? Or like upside
Uh-uh.
down cone sticking on like, yeah, they made it look like a clown head. That's a good memory.
Baskin Robbins, not from Friendly's.
Well, there was nothing better than the Big Boy sign.
Oh
But they
yeah,
got-
we loved him.
Oh yeah.
They got rid of that,
Fudge cake. The
and then
fudge
they got rid of Big Boy.
Yeah,
Because it was like
culturally
cultural
insensitive.
cancel
The
culture.
original is still there in Glendale,
A lot of
California.
people
where they
stole
had
those.
the
Really?
first one. Yeah,
Well,
that's
not the
cool.
original guy. I remember one time I dumped 3 hot fudge cakes on the table though. I was trying to
Oh,
carry
Lord.
too much at once. It was really sad.
That is sad.
It is
That's
because
a
I love
waste.
those hot fudge
An
cakes.
ice cream
So good.
tragedy.
It was. I didn't
Yeah,
stay
a
there
lot of-
too all long because I got ticked off. They always let the teenagers go home without doing any side work, and I thought it was so unfair
Ah,
because they
I
had to
remember-
be out. California law said they were gone by 10 o'clock. They didn't
That was
finish
here
all their
too.
crap
That was
by
in
10
Kentucky
o'clock.
as well.
The only
That was
good thing
Kentucky
about
as well.
only good thing about California is they did not allow the sub minimum wage. They tried it and I got sued and I got a $10,000 back check for a lot of time.
wow.
Because
That's
they tried
awesome.
to, yeah,
That
'cause
wasn't
they
a rule
pulled the-
here.
a lot of the states still have sub minimum wage for servers.
Mhm.
You're only getting $250
Yeah.
to $350 an hour right now, even with tips.
Yeah.
We do.
Well, yeah, we don't now because Amazon popped into our town, and so now everybody's paying 15 and up, or they don't get employees. And our minimum wage here is still $7.25, which is the federal minimum.
Seven
no
and a
one
quarter.
pays it.
Yeah.
North
Yeah, no
Carolina
one pays it here. Yeah, it's funny, but they don't pay it. No one here offers that, or they don't get employees. They close down.
Which
They're gonna
state
have
is
to pay
this?
for it.
Is
Idaho.
Washington, Idaho.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
There's a
We're
rule
just
here in
doing it-
Kentucky that if you're under 18, they can pay you sub minimum wage too, depending on what the
That's crap.
occupation is.
That's crap. They shouldn't do that.
Even if it's not like waiting tables, even if it's not a server, you can get a job. Let's say we've got. Do you guys know what the T?
Can't you?
Real quick,
well,
I'm just gonna I'm gonna bring the YouTube part of this stream to an end at midnight.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to leave this open here, and we can.
You must be an hour ahead. What are you, Eastern time?
Eastern.
Yeah,
time.
Eastern.
Yeah, it's 10
Eastern
o'clock
time.
here.
It's 11 here.
12 midnight New York time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But have you guys